You have been forced to fight your own life force for thousands of years, but I tell you, sex is the very genesis of love, not a sin to be hidden in the dark. If God considers sex a sin, then there is no greater sinner in this universe than God Himself, because He made this energy the starting point of all creation. I am here to tell you that sex is cold, but with conscious acceptance, it has the absolute potential to transform into the diamond of ultimate enlightenment. Do not turn away from your passion. Look deeply into it, because the momentary bliss you touch during orgasm is actually your first blind glimpse of the divine samadhi. Your moral teachers have poisoned your minds, making you obsessed with sexuality by forcing you to suppress it. I want you to befriend this energy and elevate it to the sacred. Hello, my beloved friends. I look into your eyes, and I see the divine sitting within you, waiting to be awakened, waiting to unfold its wings. Today, we are going to talk about something so fundamental, yet so deeply misunderstood, that it has kept humanity in a state of constant inner war for thousands of years. We are going to speak of love, and we are going to speak of its very genesis, which is sex. As we begin this deep exploration into the very roots of our existence, I invite you to sit silently with me, to listen not just with your intellect, but with your very being. If these words touch your heart and stir something deep inside you, I encourage you to subscribe to this channel, leave a comment sharing your own inner reflections, and share this light with those who are still wandering in the dark. To feel love is very easy, but to define love is difficult indeed. If you go to a fish and you ask the fish what the sea is like, the fish will look at you and say, "This is the sea. The sea is all around me. It is within me. It is outside me. It is my very life, and that is that." But if you insist and say, "Please, give me a definition of the sea," then the problem becomes very difficult indeed. The finest, the most exquisite, and the most beautiful things in life can only be lived. They can only be known through direct experiencing. But they are incredibly difficult to define. They are impossible to describe in the clumsy words of human language. Man's misery is precisely this. For the last 4,000 to 5,000 years, he has simply talked and talked and talked about something he should have been living earnestly, something that must be realized from the deepest recesses within about love. There have been massive, endless talks on love. Countless love songs have been sung down the centuries. Devotional hymns are continuously being chanted in the temples, in the churches, in the mosques. What all has not been done in the sacred name of love? And yet, If you look at man's life, there is absolutely no place for love. If we delve deeply into mankind's languages, into the histories of our words, we will not find a more untrue, a more falsified word than the word love. All the religions of the world carry on and on about love, but the kind of love that is found everywhere, the kind of love that has enveloped man like some ancient, hereditary misfortune, has only succeeded in closing all the gates to true love in man's life. Yet, the masses continue to worship the leaders of these religions as the creators of love. They fail to see that these very leaders have falsified love. They have blocked all of love's natural streams. In this case, there is no basic difference between the East and the West, between India and America. The sickness is universal. The stream of love has not yet surfaced in the consciousness of man. And the irony is that we attribute this failure to man himself. We say it is because man is spoiled, because man is inherently a sinner, that love has not evolved. We say there is no current of love in our lives because the human mind is poisonous, because the human heart is corrupted. But I tell you, the mind is not poison. Those who degrade the mind, those who condemn the natural flows of life, are the ones who have poisoned love. They are the ones who have never allowed the growth of love. Nothing in this beautiful world is poison. Nothing is bad in God's whole creation. Everything is nectar. It is man alone, guided by his blind teachers, who has transformed this full cup of divine nectar into a cup of poison. And the major culprits are the so-called teachers, the so-called holy men, the saints, and the politicians. Reflect upon this in detail. If this deep-seated sickness is not understood immediately, if it is not straightened out right away, there is absolutely no possibility now or in any future of love truly dawning in man's life. The ironical thing is that we have blindly accepted the reasons for this failure from the very same sources that are to blame for love's not dawning on the human horizon in the first place. If misleading principles are repeated and reiterated down the centuries, from one generation to the next, we fail to see the basic fallacies behind the original principles. We simply accept them as absolute truths, and then absolute chaos is created in the human soul. Because man is intrinsically incapable of becoming what these unnatural, artificial rules say he should become, we simply accept the idea that man is wrong. We blame the seed, we blame the soil, but we never blame the false rules that are choking the life out of the plant. In ancient times, I have heard a hawker of hand fans used to pass by the palace of a great king every single day. He used to brag loudly about the unique and wonderful fans he sold. No one, he claimed, had ever seen such magnificent fans in the history of the world. The king, who had a vast collection of all sorts of fans from every corner of the earth, became very curious. He leaned over his royal balcony one day to have a look at this cellar of unique and wonderful fans. To the king's eyes, the fans looked completely ordinary, hardly worth a single penny, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he called the man upstairs anyway. The king looked at the hawker and asked, "What is the uniqueness of these fans? And tell me, what is their price?" The hawker smiled humbly and replied, "Your Majesty, they don't cost much at all. Considering the supreme quality of these fans, the price is very low. It is exactly 100 rupees a fan." The king was amazed. 100 rupees. This ordinary fan is available anywhere in the market for a mere penny, and you dare to ask 100 rupees for it. What is so special about these fans? The man said, "The quality, my lord. Each fan is guaranteed to last for 100 years. Even in 100 years of continuous use, it will not spoil, it will not break." The king laughed and said, "From the look of it, it seems impossible that it can even last a single week. Are you trying to cheat me? Is this outright fraud, and with the king of this land too?" The vendor answered, "My lord, would I dare cheat the king? You know very well, sir, that I walk under your balcony daily, selling my fans. The price is 100 rupees a fan, and I am personally responsible if it doesn't last 100 years. Every single day I am available right here in the street. And, above all, you are the ruler of this land. How can I be safe if I cheat you?" The fan was purchased at the asking price. Although the king did not trust the hawker for a single moment, he was dying of curiosity to know what grounds the man had for making such an outrageous statement. The vendor was ordered to present himself again before the king on the 7th day. The central stick of the fan came out in 3 days, and the entire fan completely disintegrated before the week was out. The king was absolutely certain that the seller of fans would never turn up again, that he had run away with the 100 rupees. But to his complete surprise, the man presented himself exactly as he had been asked to on time on the 7th day. He bowed and said, "At your service, your Majesty." The king was absolutely furious. He screamed, "You rascal, you fool, look over there. There lies your wonderful fan, all broken into pieces, completely destroyed. This is its condition in less than a week, and you guaranteed it would last 100 years. Are you completely mad, or are you just a super cheat? To keep this eternal stream of truth flowing to every corner of the earth. Your support is vital. When you click the join button to become a part of our inner circle, or when you express your gratitude through a super thanks, you are not merely supporting a video, you are becoming an active instrument for the awakening of human consciousness. And for those who wish to dive even deeper into these silent spaces, our ebooks are available to guide your daily meditation, providing a mirror for your soul. The vendor looked at the broken fan and replied humbly, "With due respect, my lord, it seems that my lord does not know how to use fans. The fan must last for 100 years. It is fully guaranteed. Tell me, how did you fan yourself?" The king was dumbfounded. "My goodness," he said, "now I will have to learn how to fan myself too." The vendor said, "Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. How did the fan come to this tragic fate in just 7 days? Show me, how did you fan?" The king lifted his hand and showed the manner in which one naturally waves a fan back and forth. The vendor shook his head and said, "Now I understand completely. You shouldn't fan like that at all. That is the wrong way." The king asked, "Then what other way is there?" The man explained, "You must hold the fan completely steady. Keep it perfectly steady right in front of you, and then you must move your head to and fro, back and forth. If you do this, the fan will last 100 years. You will pass away, Your Majesty, but the fan will remain completely intact. Nothing is wrong with the fan. The way you fan is wrong. You keep the fan steady and move your head. Where is my fan at fault? The fault is entirely yours, not that of my fan." Mankind is accused of a similar fault by the cultures and the religions. Look at humanity. Man is so sick, rotting from the accumulated psychological and spiritual illness of 5, 6, 10,000 years. And yet, it is repeatedly said by the priests and the moralists that it is man who is wrong, never the culture. Man is rotting, yet the culture is praised to the skies. Our great culture, our great religion, our holy scriptures, everything is divine and perfect. And look at the bitter fruits of it. They say, man is wrong, man should change himself, man is a sinner. Yet, no one stands up to question whether things aren't like they are because our culture and our religion, unable to fill man with love after 10,000 years of effort, are based on completely false, unnatural values. If love has not evolved in the last 10,000 years under the guidance of these religions, take it from me, there is absolutely no future possibility based on this culture and religion of ever seeing a loving human being on this earth. Something which could not be achieved in the last 10,000 years cannot suddenly be attained in the next 10,000 years. Today's man will be exactly the same tomorrow if the foundation remains unchanged. Although the outer wrappings of etiquette, civilization, and technology change from time to time, man is inherently the same and will remain the same forever under this repression. We are simply not prepared to review our culture and our religion, yet we sing their praises at the top of our lungs, and we kiss the feet of their saints and custodians. We won't even agree to look back, to reflect deeply upon our ways and upon the direction of our collective thinking, to check if they are not deeply misleading, to see if they are not all wrong. I wish to say to you, with absolute clarity, that the very base is defective. The values we have lived by are fundamentally false, and the absolute proof of this is today's man. What other proof do you need? If you plant a seed in the earth, and the fruit that grows from it is poisonous and bitter, what does it prove? It proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that the seed itself must have been poisonous and bitter. You may look the seed over carefully, you may press it or break it open, but you cannot predict for sure whether the fruit will be sweet or not just by looking at the surface. You have to await the test of time. You sow a seed. A small plant will sprout. Years will pass. A great tree will emerge. It will spread its branches to the sky. It will bear fruit, and only then will you come to know whether the seed that was sown so long ago was bitter or sweet. Modern man is the historical fruit of those seeds of culture and religion that were sown 10,000 years ago and have been nurtured ever since by the priests. And the fruit is bitter. It is full of conflict, full of hatred, full of neurosis and deep misery. But we are the very people who continue to eulogize those ancient seeds and expect the beautiful flower of love to somehow blossom from them. It is not to be, I repeat, because any natural possibility for the birth of true love has been systematically killed by religion. The possibility has been poisoned at the root. In fact, if you look closely, more love can be seen in the birds, in the animals, and in the plants than in civilized man. Love is more evident in those who have no religion, no theology, no culture. Love is far more evident in uncivilized men, in backward woodsmen, in aboriginal tribes, than in the so-called progressive, cultured, and religious men of today. And remember, the Aboriginal people have no developed civilization. They have no formal culture or written religion. Why is it that man is progressively becoming so much more barren of love as he professes to be more and more civilized, more and more cultured, and more religious? Why is he emptier of love, even as he goes regularly to temples and to churches to pray. There are profound reasons for this, and I wish to discuss them with you. If these reasons can be understood, the eternal, natural stream of love can spring forth from within you. But right now, it is embedded under heavy stones. It cannot surface. It is walled in on all sides, and the Ganges of your love cannot gush forth. It cannot flow freely to the ocean. Love is within man. It is not something imported from the outside. It is not a commodity to be purchased when we go to the markets. It is there as the intrinsic fragrance of life. It is inside everyone. The search for love, the running after love, is not a positive action where you have to go somewhere and draw it out from someone else. It is already your nature. A great sculptor was working on a massive rock. Someone who had come to see how a statue is made stood there for a long time looking at the artist. He saw no sign of a statue anywhere. He only saw a rough stone being cut here and there by a sharp chisel and a heavy hammer. The visitor became confused and inquired, "What are you doing? Are you not going to make a statue?" "I have come to see a beautiful statue being made, but I only see you chipping away at an ordinary stone." The artist smiled and said, "The statue is already hidden inside this rock. There is absolutely no need for me to make it." Somehow, the useless mass of stone that is fused around it, that is covering it, has to be separated from it, and then the statue will show itself. A statue is never made, it is discovered. It is uncovered. It is simply brought to light. Love is shut up inside you. It need only be released. The question is never how to produce it, but how to uncover it. What have we covered ourselves with? What is it that will not allow love to surface? Try asking a medical practitioner what health is. It is very strange, but no doctor in the entire world can tell you what health is in a positive definition. With the whole of medical science concerned with health, isn't there anyone who is able to say what health is? If you ask a doctor, he will say he can only tell you what the diseases are or what the symptoms of sickness look like. He may know the different technical terms for each and every disease, and he may also be able to prescribe the cure. But health? About health itself, he does not know anything directly. He can only state that what remains when there is no disease is health. Why is this so? Because health is hidden inside man. Health is beyond the definitions of language. Sickness comes from the outside, hence it can be defined, it can be diagnosed. Health comes from within, hence it cannot be defined. Health defies definition. We can only say that the total absence of sickness is health. The truth is, health does not have to be created. It is either hidden by illness, or it reveals itself naturally when the illness goes away or is cured. Health is your very nature. Love is also inside us. Love is our inherent nature. Basically, it is completely wrong to ask man to create love, to practice love. The problem is not how to create love, but how to investigate deeply and find out why it is not able to manifest itself in our daily lives. What is the hindrance? What is the difficulty? Where is the dam blocking its natural flow? If there are no barriers, love will show itself. It is not necessary to persuade it, to guide it, or to force it. Every single human being would be naturally filled with love if it weren't for the barriers of false culture and of degrading, harmful traditions. Nothing can stifle love once the barriers are gone. Love is inevitable. Love is your nature. The river Ganges flows from the high peaks of the Himalayas. It is water. It simply flows. It does not ask a priest the way to the ocean. Have you ever seen a river standing at a crossroads, asking a policeman the whereabouts of the ocean? However far the ocean may be, however hidden it may be behind thousands of miles of land, the river will surely find the path. It is inevitable because she has the inner urge, the inner longing. She has no guidebook, she has no maps, but infallibly she will reach her destination. She will crack through mountains, she will cross the vast plains, and she will traverse the entire country in her intense race to reach the ocean. An insatiable desire, a tremendous force, an alive energy exists within her heart of hearts. But suppose obstructions are thrown in her way by man. Suppose massive dams are constructed across her flow. A river can easily overcome and break through natural barriers. Ultimately, mountains are not barriers to her at all. They help her find her speed. But if man-made barriers are created, if heavy dams are engineered across her current, it is possible she may never reach the ocean. Man, who considers himself the supreme intelligence of creation, can stop a river from reaching the ocean if he decides to do so out of his ego. In nature, there is a fundamental unity, a perfect harmony. The natural obstructions, the apparent oppositions seen in nature, are actually challenges to arouse energy. They serve as clarion calls to awaken what is latent inside. There is no real disharmony in nature. When we sow a seed in the ground, it may seem as if the heavy layer of earth above the seed is pressing it down, is obstructing its growth. It may seem so on the surface, but in reality, that layer of earth is not an obstruction. Without that dark layer of soil, the seed can never germinate. The earth presses down on the seed so that it can mellow, so that it can disintegrate and transform itself into a beautiful, alive sapling. Outwardly, it may look as if the soil is stifling the life of the seed, but the soil is only performing the duty of a true friend. It is a necessary clinical operation. If a seed does not grow into a plant, we reason that the soil may not have been proper, or that the seed may not have had enough water, or that it may not have received enough sunlight. We never blame the seed itself. But if the beautiful flowers of love do not bloom in a man's life, we immediately say the man himself is responsible for it. We call him wicked, we call him bad. Nobody thinks of the inferior manure of our culture. Nobody thinks of the shortage of the water of understanding, or of the complete lack of the sunshine of freedom. Nobody does anything about the environment, yet the man himself is accused of being inherently bad. And so, the plant of man has remained completely undeveloped. It has been suppressed by a deeply unfriendly environment, and it has been rendered utterly unable to reach its natural flowering stage. Nature is a rhythmic harmony, but the artificiality that man has imposed on nature, the heavy structures he has engineered across it, and the mechanical contrivances he has thrown into the sacred current of life, have created blockages at many places. They have stopped the flow completely, and then the river is made the culprit. Man is bad, the seed is poisonous, they cry. I wish to draw your attention to the fact that the basic obstructions are entirely man-made. They are created by man himself. Otherwise, the river of love would flow freely in everyone and reach the infinite ocean of God. Love is inherent in man. If the obstructions are removed with deep awareness, love can flow. Then love can rise to touch God, to touch the Supreme. What are these man-made obstacles? The most obvious, the most destructive obstruction has been the continuous, violent opposition to sex and to passion. This barrier alone has completely destroyed the possibility of the birth of true love in man. The simple truth is that sex is the starting point of love. Sex is the very beginning of the journey to love. The origin, the holy Gangotri of the Ganges of love is sex, passion, and yet everybody behaves like its sworn enemy. Every culture, every religion, every guru, every seer has attacked this Gangotri, this source, and because of that attack, the river has remained bottled up, turning into a stagnant, foul-smelling swamp. The hue and cry throughout history has always been, sex is sin, sex is irreligious, sex is poison. But we never seem to realize that ultimately it is the sex energy itself that travels, transforms, and reaches the inner ocean of love. Love is nothing but the transformation of sex energy. The flowering of love is from the seed of sex. Looking at a rough lump of black coal, it would never strike you that when coal is transformed through thousands of years of immense pressure, it becomes a brilliant diamond. The chemical elements in a lump of coal are exactly the same as those in a diamond. Essentially, there is no basic difference between them. After passing through a natural process, coal becomes a diamond. But coal is not considered important or beautiful. When coal is kept in a house, it is stored in a dark place where it may not be seen by guests. Whereas diamonds are worn around the neck, on the bosom, so that everybody can see them and admire them. Yet, diamonds and coal are the same. They are simply two different points on a journey by the exact same element. If you are against coal because it has nothing more to offer than black soot at first glance, the very possibility of its transformation into a diamond ends right there for you. The coal itself could have been transformed into a diamond, but we hate coal, we reject it, we condemn it, and so all possibility of progress ends. Only the energy of sex can flower into love. But everyone, including mankind's greatest thinkers, is against it. This deep enmity will not allow the seed to sprout, and the beautiful palace of love is destroyed at the very foundation. The enmity towards sex has completely destroyed the possibility of love on this earth. And so, the coal is rendered permanently incapable of becoming a diamond. Because of these basic misconceptions, no one feels the necessity of going through the necessary stages of acknowledging sex, of developing it with awareness, and of going through the beautiful process of transforming it. How can we transform that which we consider our enemy? How can we transform that which we oppose, with which we are at continuous, violent war? A false, destructive quarrel between man and his own vital energy has been forced upon him by the priests. Man has been taught to fight against his sex energy, to oppose his natural sex urges at every step. The mind is poison, so fight against it, man is told. Sex is a sin, so suppress it, he is told. The mind exists in man, and sex also exists in him. Yet man is expected to be free from inner conflicts. A harmonious existence is expected of him by the very society that divides him against himself. He has to fight and he has to pacify as well. Such are the absurd teachings of his leaders. On the one hand, they drive him completely mad with repression, and on the other hand, they open mental asylums to treat him. They spread the germs of sickness throughout his childhood, and then they build massive hospitals to cure the sick. Another important consideration is that man cannot be separated from sex. Sex is his primary point. He is born of it. God, or nature, has made the energy of sex the very starting point of creation. And yet, these small, short-sighted men term as sinful what God himself does not consider a sin. If God considers sex a sin, then there is no greater sinner than God in this world. No greater sinner in this entire universe, because he continues to create through sex alone. Have you never realized that the beautiful blooming of a flower is an expression of passion, that it is a sexual act of the tree? A peacock dances in full glory in the rain. A poet will sing a beautiful song to it. A saint will also be filled with joy looking at it. But aren't they aware that the dance is also an overt expression of passion, that it is primarily a sexual act? For whose pleasure does the peacock dance so beautifully? The peacock is calling its beloved, its spouse. The cuckoo is singing in the trees. A boy has become an adolescent. A girl is growing into a beautiful woman. What is all this? What play, what divine Leela is this? These are all the natural indicators of life, of sexual energy. These beautiful manifestations of life are the transformed expressions of sex bubbling with energy, acknowledging sex. Throughout one's whole life, all acts of true love, all creative attitudes and urges of love are the flowerings of primary sex energy. Religion and culture pour poison against sex into the mind of man from the moment he is born. They create a deep conflict, an endless war inside his soul. They engage man in a lifelong battle against his own primary energy. And because of this war, man has become weak, gross, coarse, completely devoid of love and full of a terrible nothingness. Not enmity, but a deep, intelligent friendship is to be made with sex. Sex should be understood, it should be accepted, and it should be elevated to purer, meditative heights. While blessing a newly wedded couple in ancient times, a wise sage said to the young bride, "May you be the mother of 10 children, and ultimately, may your husband become your 11th child." What a profound statement. If passion is transformed, the wife can become the mother. If lust is transcended through understanding, sex can naturally become love. Only sex energy can flower into the force of love. But we have filled man with an intense antagonism towards sex, and the result is that love has not flowered at all. What comes later, the beautiful form to come, can only be made possible by the total acceptance of what is here now, the acceptance of sex. The stream of love cannot break through because of the strong opposition. Sex, on the other hand, kept under lock and key, keeps churning violently inside, and the consciousness of man becomes completely muddled with sexuality. Man's consciousness is becoming more and more sexual because of repression. Our songs, our poems, our paintings, and virtually all the figures sculpted in our ancient temples are centered around sex, because our minds also revolve constantly around the axis of sex. No animal in the world is as sexual as man. Man is sexual everywhere, 24 hours a day, whether he is awake or asleep, in his fine manners as well as in his social etiquette. Every single moment, man is haunted by the ghost of sex. Because of this enmity towards sex, because of this continuous opposition and suppression, man is decaying from inside. He can never free himself from something that is the very root of his life, and because of this constant inner conflict, his entire being has become deeply neurotic. He is sick. This perverted sexuality that is so evident in mankind today is the fault of his so-called leaders and saints. They are solely to blame for it. Until man frees himself from such teachers, moralizers, and religious leaders, and from their phony sermons, the possibility of love surfacing in him is absolutely nil. Look at the sheer absurdity of your forced resolutions and the artificial moralities you wear like heavy armor. To truly understand how this inner mechanism of repression operates within your subconscious mind, let us recount that ancient tale of the poor farmer and his childhood friend. You must see yourself in this story, because it is the exact mirror of how your moralistic mind treats the energy of sex. The farmer was leaving his house one beautiful Sunday morning, and right at his gate he crossed paths with a long-lost friend from his childhood who had come from far away to visit him. The farmer was delighted, but he had already promised to see some other people in the village, a commitment he could not easily postpone. So he welcomed his friend warmly and said, "Please go inside my house and rest for an hour or two. I will return shortly, and then we can sit down and have a long, beautiful chat about the old days." But the friend looked down at his own garments and felt hesitant. He said, "Wouldn't it be much better if I simply came along with you to meet your friends? The only issue is that my clothes are incredibly dirty from the dusty journey. If you could just lend me something fresh and clean from your wardrobe, I will quickly change and walk with you." Now, it so happened that some time before, the king of the land had presented this poor farmer with a set of highly valuable, exquisite royal clothes. The farmer had been hoarding them, saving them with immense attachment for some grand, magnificent occasion that had not yet arrived. But out of a sudden surge of generosity for his childhood companion, he brought them out. The friend put on the precious coat, the regal turban, the fine dhoti, and the beautiful leather shoes. The transformation was astounding. He looked like a monarch himself, radiating grace and nobility. As they stepped out onto the dusty road together, the farmer looked at his friend, and a subtle, venomous snake of jealousy began to churn within his chest. In comparison to this brilliantly dressed companion, the farmer looked like a mere servant, an ordinary attendant. He began to regret his decision deeply, wondering if he had made a catastrophic mistake by giving away his finest outfit. He began to feel incredibly inferior in the eyes of the world. To quiet his troubled mind, the farmer tried to use the typical tricks of the ego. He started rationalizing his feelings, telling himself that he was a highly virtuous friend, a noble man of God who should only think of spiritual things. He told himself, after all, what is the importance of a petty coat or an expensive turban? These are just material illusions. But the more he tried to reason with his mind, the more firmly that royal coat and turban encroached upon his consciousness. He was trying to push the thought away, but the thought was bouncing back with double the force. As they walked down the village streets, all the passers-by naturally stared in absolute awe at his brilliantly dressed friend, while completely ignoring the farmer. The farmer's depression deepened. He tried to chat casually, but inside his head, there was absolutely nothing else occupying his thoughts except that coat and that turban. They finally arrived at the first house they were intending to visit, and the farmer stepped forward to introduce his companion to the hosts. He said, "Meet my guest. This is my dear childhood friend. He is an extraordinarily lovely man." And then, completely out of nowhere, his suppressed obsession erupted through his lips as he blurted out, "And the clothes? They are actually mine." The hosts were utterly stunned, and the friend was completely frozen with embarrassment. The farmer instantly realized that his remark was totally uncalled for, an absolute blunder born of his hidden neurosis, but it was already too late to catch the words. He felt an immense wave of regret and reproached himself severely inside. As soon as they walked out of that house and were back on the street, the farmer turned to his friend, full of apologies, begging for forgiveness. The friend looked at him, deeply wounded, and said, "I was completely thunderstruck. How could you dare to humiliate me like that in public by claiming the clothes?" The farmer wept and said, "I am so deeply sorry. It was just a slip of the tongue. My tongue made a terrible mistake. But I tell you, the tongue never lies. Words only pop out of your mouth when there is a massive, heavy charge of suppression sitting right behind them in your subconscious mind. The tongue is merely an instrument. It never makes an independent mistake." He claimed he did not know how such a thing was uttered, but deep down, he knew perfectly well that the thought had been violently boiling within his mind the entire time. They began walking toward the house of a second friend. This time, the farmer steeled his nerves. He formed an ironclad, irrevocable resolution. He told himself, "Even if I die, I will not mention those clothes again." He firmly resolved to keep his mind completely pure and controlled. But that poor man had absolutely no understanding of the deep psychological laws of the mind. He did not know that the more violently you resolve not to say or think something, the more deeply rooted that very thought becomes in the hidden dark labyrinths of your subconscious. When do you make a firm, rigid resolution? You only make a vow when the opposite desire is pushing desperately from within your depths. When a man takes a strict vow of celibacy, it means nothing but the fact that his sexuality is screaming for release from the inside. If a man resolves with absolute force that he will fast today, it simply implies that a deep, gluttonous desire to devour food is ruling his unconscious mind. All such forceful efforts inevitably result in a catastrophic inner conflict. You become divided against your own life stream. You become your own worst executioner, and this constant battle becomes a perpetual source of subconscious neurosis. Engaged in this massive internal struggle, the farmer walked into the second house. He was highly cautious, watching every single step, monitoring his mind with absolute rigidity. He began the introduction with extreme care. "Meet my companion, he is my childhood friend." But as he spoke, he noticed that the hosts were looking at his friend's royal coat and turban with absolute reverence and awe, completely ignoring his presence. Instantly, the subconscious voice screamed inside him, "That is my coat. That is my turban." He reminded himself fiercely of his vow. He tried to suppress the urge, whispering to his ego that clothes are trivial worldly matters. But the image of the clothes swung before his inner eyes like a heavy pendulum, to and fro, back and forth, consuming his entire awareness. He resumed the introduction, trying to force a holy smile. "He is my childhood friend, a very fine gentleman indeed." And then his suppressed consciousness exploded once more through his lips, and the clothes, Those are completely his and absolutely not mine." The people in the room gasped in absolute bewilderment. They had never in their lives heard such an absurd, bizarre introduction. Why should a man suddenly announce that the clothes on his friend's body do not belong to him unless there is a deep, hidden madness operating within his psyche? As you listen to this, do not merely view it as an amusing story about a foolish farmer from ancient times. This is the tragic history of the entire human race. This is exactly what your moralistic religions have done to your natural sex energy. They have forced you into a state of continuous, unnatural warfare with your own biological and spiritual roots, turning you into hypocrites who are constantly blurting out your neuroses in one perverted form or another. If you feel this perspective brings clarity to the deep confusion of your life, take a moment to engage with this space. Drop a comment below sharing your own experiences with inner conflict. Leave a like to help this truth reach other seekers. And subscribe to this channel so we can continue this silent journey of awakening together. When the farmer and his friend left the second house, the friend was absolutely furious, completely indignant. He refused to walk a single step further. He said, "You are intentionally mocking me and destroying my dignity. I will not go to any more houses with you." The farmer literally fell at his feet, grabbing his arm, weeping in agony. He said, "Please, I beg of you, do not abandon me. If you leave me like this, I will be utterly unhappy and drowned in guilt for the rest of my days. I swear to you, with my whole heart, I swear to God Almighty, that I will absolutely not mention the clothes anymore. But I warn you, always be deeply wary of those who swear big oaths and take rigid vows, because a vow is always an indicator of a profound inner division. A resolution is only made by the thin, superficial surface of the conscious mind, while the massive, powerful reality against which the resolution has been taken remains completely alive and active in the deeper levels of the subconscious. If your mind were divided into 10 distinct parts, it would only be one single part, the small, educated, moralistic upper layer that was fully committed to the vow. The remaining 9 parts of your vast subconscious would be completely against it, pulling you violently in the opposite direction. The rigid vow of celibacy is taken by that one superficial part of the mind, while the remaining 9 parts are absolutely mad for sex, crying out desperately for that very primal energy that has been beautifully implanted in human nature by existence itself. But for the moment, let us look at what happened to our poor farmer as they approached the third house. He held himself back with a terrifying, rigorous check. You must realize that highly restrained, rigid people are incredibly dangerous individuals to be around, because a live, smoking volcano exists right beneath their superficial composure. Outwardly, they appear completely cold, rigid, and full of moral restraint, while their intense urge to let go, their natural passions, are tightly and violently harnessed inside. Please remember this fundamental spiritual law. Anything that is forced can neither be continuous nor can it ever be complete, because of the immense, exhausting strain involved in the act of suppression. You have to relax your grip sometime. You cannot hold a state of tension forever. Sometime or other, you must rest. Let me ask you a simple physical question. How long can you clench your hand into a tight fist? Can you do it for 24 hours continuously? The tighter and harder you clench that fist, the more rapidly your muscles will tire, and the more quickly and violently your hand will force itself to open up. Work harder at holding it. Expend even more willpower and energy, and you will simply exhaust yourself even more rapidly. There is always a massive reaction to an unnatural action, and that reaction is always just as prompt and powerful. Your hand can remain open naturally all the time without a single ounce of fatigue, because openness is its natural state, but it can never remain clenched in a fist indefinitely. Anything that tires you out, anything that requires constant, exhausting effort, can never be a natural part of a healthy life. Whenever you force something against nature, a deep period of reactive rest or collapse is bound to follow. And this is why the more adept a so-called saint is at suppressing his desires, the more dangerous his internal state becomes. After 24 hours of rigid restraint, following all the artificial rules of the scriptures, his mind will be so utterly exhausted that he will have to relax his control for at least an hour. And during that period of subconscious relaxation, there will be such a terrifying upsurge of suppressed desires and thoughts that he will find himself completely cast into the midst of psychological hell. So, our farmer held himself with absolute agonizing rigidity as they entered the next house. Imagine his pathetic condition. If you have ever been even slightly religious in the traditional sense, if you have ever taken a vow or restrained your natural desires for a moral cause, you will understand the piteous state of his mind perfectly. He was trembling, perspiring all over his body, completely exhausted before he even spoke a word. He was frozen with intense anxiety. Slowly, carefully, choosing each and every word as if he were walking on sharp glass, he uttered the introduction. Meet my friend. A very old friend he is. A very nice, wonderful man he is. For a single moment he faltered. A massive, unstoppable push came from the 9 parts of his hidden subconscious. He knew he was completely washed up, his control shattered. He blurted out aloud, "And the clothes? Pardon me, I won't say anything at all about them, because I have sworn a holy oath not to say a single word about the clothes. What happened to this poor, wretched man is precisely what has happened to the whole of modern humanity. Because of continuous social and religious condemnation, sex has not disappeared. It has simply become a massive global obsession, a deep-seated psychological disease, a terrifying perversion. It has become completely poisoned. From the earliest stages of childhood, innocent boys and girls are systematically taught that sex is dirty, that sex is an absolute sin. They grow up under the heavy weight of this guilt, and when adolescence arrives and their biological energy naturally surges, they find themselves trapped in a netherland of secrecy and shame. They get married, and their journey into marital passion commences under the dark, heavy conviction that they are engaging in a fundamentally sinful act. In traditions like those of India, a girl is told from infancy that her husband is a visible God on earth. But how can she ever truly revere as a divine God someone who regularly takes her body in what she has been taught is an act of dirty sin? The boy is told that this woman is his spiritual partner, his life mate. Yet, the very same scriptures he reads tell him that woman is the gateway to hell, a deep well of sin and temptation. Now, look at the absolute madness of this split consciousness. The young boy looks at his beautiful bride and feels that he has brought a living demon, a hell-bound, sign-oriented entity into his home as his partner. How can any true harmony, any real peace, or any beautiful love ever happen in such a relationship? These traditional, repressive teachings have completely destroyed the marital and romantic life of the entire world. When your most intimate married life is full of deep-seated prejudice, completely saturated with unconscious poison and guilt, there is absolutely no possibility for true love to flower. If a husband and a wife cannot love each other's physical reality freely, basically, and with absolute naturalness, then who can love whom in this world? But I tell you, this deeply disturbing situation can be completely rectified. This muddled, poisoned energy called lust can be totally purified and transformed. This energy can be elevated to such extraordinarily lofty, meditative heights that it will break all your psychological complexes, resolve all your neuroses, and engulf husband and wife in a state of pure, divine, and boundless joy. This sublime love is your birthright, but if it is constantly nipped in the bud, if it is violently stifled and poisoned in your childhood, what can grow out of it? How can a beautiful rose of supreme love ever grow from a seed that you are constantly stepping on and cursing? To ensure that this radical message of inner freedom can reach across the globe, your energy and support are needed. By clicking the join button on this platform to become a member of our digital family, or by offering a super thanks, you are directly helping to dismantle the ancient walls of ignorance that have kept humanity in chains. For those who want to practice these insights in the silence of their own homes, our specially crafted ebooks are available as a profound support for your daily meditation. Let us look at another beautiful story to understand how this lack of love destroys the very possibility of reaching the divine. A wandering ascetic, a highly revered monk, had set up a temporary camp in a small village. A young man from the village came to see him, sat down before him, and said with great pride, "Master, I want to realize God. I want to achieve ultimate self-realization." The wise ascetic looked into the young man's eyes and asked a very simple, unusual question. "Tell me, my friend, have you ever loved anybody in your life?" The young seeker looked completely offended and replied emphatically, "No, absolutely not. I am not guilty of such a mundane, worldly thing. I have never stooped so low as to fall into the attachment of human love. My gaze is fixed only on the supreme, transcendental God." The ascetic asked again, very patiently, "Think carefully, my son. Have you really never felt the deep, beautiful pangs of love for a single human being?" The seeker became highly defensive and said, "I am telling you the absolute truth. I have kept myself completely pure from the filth of love." You see, the poor young man spoke with absolute honesty according to the distorted definitions of traditional religion. In the perverted realm of standard priesthood, to have loved someone is considered a major disqualification for the spiritual path. The young man was absolutely certain that if he admitted to having loved someone, the monk would immediately order him to rid himself of that love, to renounce his family, and to leave all worldly emotions behind before he could be deemed worthy of receiving spiritual guidance. So, even if he had loved a little, he felt he must lie and reply in the negative. But where can you truly find a living human being who has never loved even a little bit? Even if you love a dog, a flower, a stream, or a friend, the seed of love is there. The monk asked for the third time, looking deeply into his soul, "Say something, my friend. Think very carefully. Not even a tiny glimmer of love for anybody? Haven't you even loved a single person in your entire life?" The aspirant became completely impatient and said, "Pardon me, master, but why do you keep harping on the exact same worldly question? I wouldn't touch human love with a 10-foot pole. I am here for ultimate self-realization. I want the divine, not human attachments." To this, the wise ascetic shook his head and said, "Then you will have to excuse me, my friend. Please leave my camp and approach someone else. My direct experience of the ultimate reality tells me that if you had loved somebody, anybody at all, even a single person with absolute intensity, you would have a tiny seed of love within you. Then I could help you enlarge that seed. I could help it grow, expand, and eventually reach the infinite height of God. But if you have never loved a single human being, then you have absolutely nothing inside you. You have no seed whatsoever that can ever grow into a spiritual tree. Go away and make inquiries elsewhere. My friend, in the absolute absence of love, I do not see any opening, any gateway whatsoever for God in your life. Similarly, if there is no natural, beautiful flow of love between a husband and a wife, your entire family structure becomes a desert. You are sadly mistaken if you think that a father who does not truly love his wife is ever capable of genuinely loving his children. A mother will only be able to truly love her son to the exact same degree that she loves her husband, because that child is the physical and spiritual reflection of her union with her husband. But if there is nothing but repulsion and resentment for the husband, how can there be pure, untainted love for the child? And if the son is not given a vast ocean of natural love in his childhood, if his nourishment and rearing are devoid of real affection, how do you ever expect him to grow up into a mature adult who knows how to love his mother and father? A family is the basic unit of human life. The entire world itself is nothing but a massive, interconnected family. But our global family life has been completely poisoned at the very root by this insane, moralistic condemnation of sex energy. And then we sit in our loneliness and moan that love is nowhere to be found in the world. Under these catastrophic circumstances, how do you ever expect to find love anywhere on this earth? Everyone walks around claiming that they love. Mothers say they love their sons. Wives say they love their husbands. Brothers, sisters, friends, all are continuously singing the praises of their own love. But if you step back and observe human life in its absolute totality, you will see that there is no real love evident anywhere on this planet. If so many millions of people were truly full of genuine love, there ought to be a spectacular shower of love everywhere. The earth would be a beautiful garden full of vibrant flowers, and even more flowers. If there were a single lamp of real love shining brightly in every home, do you realize how much light and joy there would be in this world? But instead of light, we find a heavy, pervading atmosphere of deep repulsion, jealousy, conflict, and war. There is not a single ray of true, unconditional love to be found in this sorry, distorted scheme of modern society. It is nothing but pure snobbery, a grand social illusion, to believe that love is already everywhere. And so long as you remain completely immersed in this comfortable illusion, your true search for reality cannot even begin. The hard, cold truth is that nobody truly loves anybody here, because you have blocked the very spring from which love arises. And until natural sex energy is accepted with absolute grace, without a single ounce of reservation or guilt, there can be no true love on this earth. Until that acceptance happens, nobody can ever love anybody. What I want to convey to you is a truth that will shock your traditional sensibilities. Sex energy is divine. The primal energy of sex has the direct reflection of the divine creator in it. It is completely obvious, a visible reality right before your eyes. It is the only energy in the universe that is capable of creating new life. And that capacity to create makes it the greatest, most mysterious, and most sacred force in existence. End this insane, destructive enmity with sex. If you truly want a spectacular shower of love to transform your daily life, you must completely renounce this lifelong conflict with your biological energy. Accept sex with absolute joy. Acknowledge its natural sacredness. Receive it gratefully as a gift from existence, and embrace it more and more deeply with meditative awareness. You will be absolutely surprised to find that sex can reveal such incredible sacredness to you. It will reveal its divine dimensions to the exact degree of your acceptance. If your approach is full of fear, sin, and irreverence, then that is exactly how ugly, dark, and sinful the sex that confronts you will appear. Your internal attitude creates your reality. When a man approaches his wife physically, he should have a deeply sacred feeling inside his heart, as if he were walking into a holy temple of God. And when a wife goes to her husband, she should be full of the profound reverence and silence one experiences when nearing the divine. In those beautiful moments of physical intimacy, When lovers pass through deep union, that very stage of ecstasy is located right near the true temple of God, where the divine manifest energy meets creative formlessness. My deep understanding of human history tells me that man actually had his very first luminous, spectacular glimpse of samadhi during the natural experience of the sexual climax. Only in those rare, fleeting moments of total orgasm did man realize that it was possible for the human consciousness to feel such profound love, to experience such illuminating, boundless bliss. And those ancient seekers who meditated deeply on this truth in the right frame of mind, those who truly investigated the phenomenon of sex and intercourse with awareness, came to an extraordinary conclusion. They observed that in the exact moment of the sexual climax, the mind becomes completely empty of all thoughts. All your anxieties, your business worries, your egoistic plans completely drain out at that precise second. The thought ripples of your consciousness disappear entirely, and they realized that this absolute emptiness of mind, this magnificent void, this beautiful vacuum where time completely freezes, is the sole cause of that spectacular shower of divine joy. It was never the friction of two bodies that created the bliss. It was the sudden disappearance of the ego and the freezing of time that allowed the divine to flash for a fraction of a second. Having unraveled this incredible secret up to this point, those ancient meditators dug even further into human consciousness. They reasoned, if the mind can be freed of all thoughts, if the chaotic thought ripples of consciousness can be stilled by some other internal process, then man could attain to that pure, boundless bliss permanently, without being dependent on a physical partner. And from this magnificent insight developed the entire science of yoga. From this came the deep practices of meditation, tantra, and prayer. This new revolutionary approach proved beyond a doubt that even without physical intercourse, human consciousness could be totally stilled and all thoughts evaporated. Man discovered that the delight of amazing, cosmic proportions obtained during a rare act of intercourse could also be obtained in an everlasting, continuous stream within his own solitary consciousness. By the very nature of the physical process, an act of intercourse can only be momentary, because it involves the outward consummation and release of a physical flow of energy. To that pure joy, to that perfect, timeless love in which a true yogi or an enlightened master exists 24 hours a day, an ordinary couple only reaches for a tiny moment or two before falling back. But I tell you, Basically, at the level of the energy source, there is absolutely no difference between the two. The ancient seer who declared that Vishayanand, the joy of worldly senses, and Brahmanand, the ultimate bliss of God, are true brothers born of the same womb, has stated an unshakable, inadvertent truth. Both forms of joy come from the exact same source of consciousness. The only real difference is the vast distance between the earth and the sky. Worldly pleasure is a tiny drop of that bliss trapped in a physical vessel, while samadhi is the entire, boundless ocean of that very same bliss. At this stage of our deep journey together, I wish to give you the first fundamental principle of inner freedom. If you truly want to know the elemental, unvarnished truth about love, the absolute first requisite is to accept the sacredness of sex. You must accept the inherent divinity of your life force in the exact same way you accept God's existence, with a totally open heart, a clear mind, and absolute gratitude. And the more fully and deeply you accept sex with an open heart, the quicker you will become completely free of its obsessive grip. But the more violently you suppress it, the more heavily you will become bound to it in a state of mental slavery, like that poor farmer who became an absolute slave to his hidden thoughts about his clothes. The exact measure of your conscious acceptance is the exact measure of your ultimate deliverance. The total, beautiful acceptance of your life as it is, of all that is natural and God-given within you, is the only door that will ever lead you to the highest, most serene realms of divinity, to heights that are currently completely unknown to you, heights that are extraordinarily sublime. I call that total acceptance the only true form of theism, and that absolute faith in the natural, God-given flow of life is the single golden door to true liberation. I regard those very precepts which keep a human being from accepting that which is natural in life and in the divine scheme as the absolute peak of atheism. The priests stand on their tall pulpits and shout at you to oppose this, to suppress that, to treat your natural body as an enemy. They tell you that the natural is inherently sinful, bad, and lustful, and they command you to leave this and leave that. All of this condemnation, all of this artificial negation of life constitutes the only real atheism that exists on this planet. Those who preach renunciation, those who ask you to turn your back on the world and curse the very forces that gave you birth, are the true atheists. They are denying the creation. They are insulting the Creator by claiming that His workmanship is defective. True theism is not about going to a temple and mechanically repeating words from a dead scripture. True theism is the absolute, unconditional acceptance of life in its pure, natural form, thriving on the total fullness of it. The fullness itself will elevate you step by step from the lowest valleys to the highest mountains. This very same acceptance of your life force, this deep friendship with your sex energy, will uplift you to serene heights you had never imagined possible. If your vital energy is currently like a dark piece of coal, the day is absolutely certain to come when, through the fire of meditative awareness, it shows itself as a brilliant diamond. And that is the first fundamental principle you must burn into your consciousness if you wish to awaken from this long sleep. Let us understand how this mechanics of suppression works through another vivid human reality. Consider a man who became profoundly ill, not with a physical disease, but with a psychological madness. His specific illusion was that he felt a deep, overwhelming hunger all the time. But in reality, there was nothing structurally wrong with his body. He had spent his whole life reading the false doctrines of the traditional moralists, and he had become completely hypnotized by the idea that the negation of physical life was the only path to ultimate deliverance. He had read in the dark books of the priests that fasting was an incredibly religious act, while eating was a deeply sinful, materialistic indulgence. He had even been told by some foolish teachers that the simple act of chewing and consuming food was an act of hidden violence, completely contrary to the holy precepts of non-violence. Because he started looking at his natural hunger as an absolute sin, he began to suppress his appetite with immense willpower and force. But the eternal laws of nature do not care about your moral books. The more violently he suppressed his natural hunger, the more fiercely that hunger asserted itself in equal measure within his subconscious mind. He would force himself to fast rigorously for 3 or 4 days, sitting in a corner, looking like a great holy saint to the outside world, while inside his mind he was constantly devouring images of food. Then, on the 5th day, his willpower would completely collapse under the heavy strain of suppression, and he would suddenly break his holy vow, falling upon food like a wild, mad glutton, eating anything and everything he could lay his hands on. Immediately after overeating, the heavy reaction of guilt would strike his conscience. He would feel an immense heartburn and weep bitter tears for breaking his sacred vow. To atone for his perceived sin, he would immediately plunge into another long spell of severe fasting, only for the exact same cyclic collapse to happen a few days later. At last, completely frustrated with his constant failures, he decided that it was simply not possible to follow the righteous, holy path while he lived surrounded by the temptations of his home and family. He believed that the environment was his enemy. So he renounced the world, abandoned his wife and children, went far away into the dense jungle, climbed a steep hill, and found a solitary, dark cave where no food could be seen. The folks back in his village were deeply saddened by his departure, and his poor wife, assuming that her husband must have finally overcome his psychological eating illness through his grand spiritual retreat in the wilderness, wanted to send him a token of her respect. She gathered a beautiful, vibrant bunch of fresh flowers from their garden and sent them to his cave via a traveler, wishing him an early spiritual recovery and a speedy return to sanity. When the traveler handed the flowers to the hermit in the cave, the man sat there looking at the brilliant colors and smelling the sweet fragrance. The traveler returned to the village a few days later and handed a small note from the hermit to the wife. The wife opened the note with great anticipation, and she read the words written by her holy husband. Many thanks for the beautiful flowers. They were absolutely delicious. You may laugh at this poor broken hermit who ended up literal-mindedly eating flowers instead of food, but I tell you, you are doing the exact same thing every single day with your sex energy. You may not be able to imagine a man eating raw flowers because you have never undertaken the insane sadhana of a forced fast like that man had. But those who are deeply devoted to suppression will understand the psychological reality of this situation perfectly. In more or less the exact same proportion, the entire human race is currently committed to an unnatural war with sex energy. Man has started a global, historic war against his own primary biology. And the catastrophic results of this war with sex are completely visible if you have the courage to look at modern society with open eyes. Look at the perversions that crawl beneath the surface of civilized life. Does homosexuality exist anywhere in the pure kingdom of untamed animals? It is an absolute psychological fact that aborigines and tribal peoples who live in the backward, unrefined areas of the earth cannot even imagine a human being engaging in perverted or unnatural sexual acts. I have stayed with these tribal people in the deep forests for long periods, and when I told them that civilized, highly educated men in modern cities practiced these bizarre, perverted things, they were completely stunned. They simply could not believe that human consciousness could fall into such confusion. But if you look at the highly advanced, civilized West, there are massive clubs, associations, and political movements that claim that any restriction on their distortions is a violation of fundamental human rights. How did humanity arrive at such a state of total confusion? This entire twisted mentality is nothing but the direct, inevitable product of your historic war with sex. Prostitution also exists in direct, absolute proportion to a society's so-called advancement and civilization. Have you ever reflected deeply on how this tragic, ugly institution of prostitution came into being in the first place? Can you find a single prostitute in the pure, primitive, hilly areas of the tribal peoples or in our far-flung native settlements? It is absolutely impossible. These simple, uncorrupted people cannot even imagine that there are women who sell their sacred virtue, or men who undergo the physical act of intercourse for financial remuneration. But this terrifying trafficking in human bodies has developed step by step with the historical advance of man's repressive civilization. This is nothing but the social act of eating flowers out of absolute starvation. And we would be still more astonished, still more horrified, if we were to take fully into account all the other hidden perversions of sex, examining the full, dark range of all its ugly, neurotic manifestations in modern life. Who is truly responsible for this global ugliness, for this pervasive debauchery? Those who have taught man to repress his natural sex energy instead of understanding it with meditative awareness are completely responsible. Because of this systematic suppression down the centuries, man's vital life force is leaking out from all the wrong psychological pores, turning into violence, greed, ambition, and madness. Man's whole global society is deeply sick and wretched. And if this cancerous structure is to be fundamentally changed, it is absolutely essential to accept that the primal energy of sex is inherently divine, that the deep attraction for sex is essentially a hidden religious search for samadhi. If you feel this radical message of inner transformation is striking a deep chord within your soul, I invite you to actively participate in this space of awakening. Take a single moment right now to drop a comment below sharing your own reflections on this inner freedom. Give this video a like to help this light expand, and subscribe to this channel to join our growing global family. When you click the join button to become a member of our sanctuary, or choose to offer your support through a super thanks, you are directly becoming an instrument for the liberation of human consciousness from centuries of dark guilt. For those who feel ready to bring these silent, meditative truths into their daily lives, our beautifully crafted e-books are available to guide you on this path from lust to the Lord. Why is the attraction of sex so profoundly powerful that it completely dominates the human mind from birth until death? There lies the deepest mystery of existence, and we must have the absolute courage to face it. If we can grasp the fundamental levels of sex energy, we can effortlessly lift man out of his obsessive sexuality. Only through this deep understanding can the beautiful world of compassion evolve out of this ugly world of passion. Only then can the serene reality of Rama emerge from the chaotic world of karma. Some years ago, I traveled with a group of friends to see the world-famous temples of Khajuraho. As you walk towards those magnificent ancient structures, you will see that the outermost wall, the entire external perimeter of the temple, is elaborately decorated with exquisite sculptures depicting every single posture of the sexual act. There are stones carved with the most explicit, varied poses of passionate human intercourse imaginable. My companions looked at these carvings and became deeply embarrassed and confused. They asked me why on earth those highly sexual sculptures were placed there, decorating a holy temple of God. I looked at them and explained that the ancient seers and architects who had built that magnificent temple were highly intelligent, enlightened people. They understood the complete map of human consciousness, and they knew that passion and sex exist precisely on the outer circumference of human life. They carved those images on the outer walls to send a clear, radical message to all seekers. If you are still caught up in sexuality, if your mind is still obsessed with lust, you have absolutely no right to enter the sacred inner temple of God. You must remain outside, roaming about the outer walls. We stepped through the gates and entered the deep interior of the temple. Inside, my friends were utterly surprised to find that there was no idol to be seen anywhere, no statue of a deity, no physical god to worship. There was nothing but a magnificent, silent, empty void. I explained to them that on the outer wall of life itself, lust and passion exist in full force, whereas the true temple of the divine is located deep inside your own empty consciousness. Those who are still completely enchanted or frightened by passion cannot reach this internal temple of God. They simply spend their entire lives running in circles around the outer walls of existence. The creators of Khajuraho were extraordinarily sensible, scientific people. They created that temple as a profound meditation center. They placed sexuality on the surface, all around the exterior, while keeping absolute peace, quiet, and a boundless void at the core, at the very center. In ancient times, they used to tell spiritual aspirants to sit in front of those explicit sexual carvings and meditate deeply on them first. They were commanded to reflect fully on the copulation depicted on the outer wall, to look at it with absolute innocence and awareness. And when they had thoroughly understood the mechanism of sex, when they were absolutely certain that their minds were completely free of any hidden curiosity or repressed lust, Only then were they permitted to step inside the temple. Only then could they face the formless divine that resides in the silent center. But in the name of modern religion and morality, we have completely destroyed this scientific possibility of understanding sex. We have declared a blind, stupid war on our basic instinct. And the standard rule taught to every child is to shut his eyes tightly, deny his biology, and blindly barge into the temple of God with a mind full of repressed desires. But I ask you, can anyone ever reach anywhere with his eyes closed? Even if you manage to physically sit inside a temple or a church, you will not be able to see the divine if your inner eyes are clouded by suppression. Instead, the moment you close your eyes to pray, you will only see the exact same sexual images from which you have been running your entire life. Perhaps some people who listen to my words think that I am a mere propagandist for sex, a teacher of indulgence. If you meet such short-sighted people, please tell them that they haven't heard me at all. The truth is that it is highly difficult to find a greater enemy of sex on the face of this earth than me. If people can pay absolute attention to what I say without any moralistic bias, it is entirely possible to completely liberate man from the trap of sex forever. This is the only possible course for the evolution of a better humanity. The pundits, the priests, and the moralists, whom you consider the enemies of sex, are not its enemies at all. They are its real advertising agents. Through their vehement opposition, through their constant screaming that sex is a forbidden sin, they have created a massive, hypnotic glamour around it, generating a mad, irresistible attraction for sex in the human mind. Let me illuminate this deep truth about human potential through a beautiful, haunting tale from an ancient land. Many, many years ago, in a faraway country, there lived a young, extraordinarily famous painter. He was a man of intense vision, and one day he decided to create his absolute masterpiece, a truly great, lively portrait that would capture the complete joy of God, a portrait of a human being whose eyes radiated eternal, boundless peace. Because he wanted this painting to be absolutely authentic, he set out on a long journey to find a real person whose face reflected that ethereal, celestial light. The young artist roamed from village to village, from city to city, traveling through deep jungles and high mountains in search of his ideal subject. At long last, after months of exhausting travel, he came across a young shepherd boy sitting on a green hill, watching his flock. The moment the painter looked into the boy's eyes, his heart stopped. The shepherd had eyes that shone with absolute innocence, purity, and grace, with a face and features that held the direct promise of some celestial, divine home. One single look was enough to convince the artist that God was beautifully present in this simple, uncorrupted young man. The artist squatted on the grass and painted a spectacular portrait of the young shepherd. When the masterpiece was unveiled, it moved people to tears. Millions of copies of the portrait were made and sold far and wide across the earth. People felt a deep sense of gratitude and peace just being able to hang that picture on the walls of their homes, because looking at that face awakened their own dormant divinity. A long spell of 20 years passed by, and the painter grew old, his hair turning gray, his face lined with the deep experiences of life. Having painted the absolute peak of godliness, he felt that his life's work was still incomplete. His experience of the world had shown him that life is a grand duality, that if God exists in man, Satan also resides within him. The intense idea of painting a companion picture took complete hold of his soul. He wanted to create a portrait of Satan himself, so that the two pictures hanging side by side would show the complete, unvarnished truth of the human potential. He had already portrayed evil's opposite. Now he sought to find a human being who was evil incarnate, a man whose face would reflect the total fire of hell. He began his search anew, but this time he did not go to the mountains or the green hills where shepherds sing. He went to the darkest corners of human society, visiting gambling dens, violent bars, slums, and madhouses. He was looking for a face that was full of sadistic hate, cruelty, and absolute darkness. After a long, exhausting search through the underworld, the old artist finally visited a high-security prison, and there, in a dark, damp dungeon, he met a notorious prisoner who had committed 7 brutal murders and had been sentenced to be hanged in a few days. The moment the painter looked at the man, he felt a deep chill. Hell was completely evident in the prisoner's bloodshot eyes, which spouted pure venom and hatred. His face was contorted with malice, the absolute ugliest, most terrifying face one could possibly hope to find on earth. The artist sat outside the iron bars and began to paint this manifestation of Satan. When the portrait was finally completed, the artist felt a deep sense of professional satisfaction. He packed his brushes, and before leaving the prison, he brought out a copy of his earlier painting of the innocent shepherd boy and set it right next to the new painting of the murderous prisoner to see the absolute contrast. Both portraits were magnificent masterpieces of art, capturing the two absolute extremes of human existence. The old painter stood back, staring at both of them in silent contemplation. And then, suddenly, in the deep silence of the dungeon, he heard a heavy, agonizing sob. He turned around in surprise and saw the chained prisoner weeping uncontrollably, his face buried in his rough hands, his massive frame shaking with absolute grief. The artist was completely bewildered. He approached the bars and asked softly, "My friend, what is the matter? Why are you crying so bitterly? Do these two pictures disturb your conscience in some way?" The prisoner looked up, his eyes full of streaming tears and absolute torment, and he gasped, "Master, I have been trying to hide my face from you all this time, but today my soul is completely shattered. You obviously do not know the terrifying truth. The first picture is also of me. Both portraits are of the exact same person. I am that very shepherd boy you met 20 years ago in the Green Hills. I cry for my absolute downfall over the last 20 years. I am the man who has fallen from the highest heaven to the deepest hell, from the glory of God to the madness of Satan. I do not know if this story is a literal historical truth or a grand myth, but one thing is absolutely certain for the life of every single human being sitting here. Each man's life has two converse sides. Two extreme portraits of everyone are completely possible. In every single one of you, both God and Satan exist simultaneously. In every human heart, there is the immediate possibility of heaven and the immediate possibility of hell. A bouquet of beautiful, fragrant roses can grow out of your consciousness, or a massive, foul-smelling heap of mud can pile up in your soul. It all depends on what you do with your vital energy. Every single human being swings constantly between these two absolute extremes. Man can attain to either of these limits, but the great tragedy of history is that the vast majority of people are inclined towards the infernal, falling steadily into the dark abyss of Satan. Those fortunate, intelligent few who aspire to the eternal, who allow the pure seed of godliness to grow within them through meditative awareness, are extraordinarily rare. So the ultimate question that confronts your life right now is this: can we succeed in making our short lives a beautiful temple of God? Can we also become like that first portrait, allowing our eyes to radiate the eternal, ethereal light of the divine? How can you, as a living human being, trapped in the anxieties of modern life, become the pure reflection of God? How is it possible for you to transform your life into a paradise, into a beautifully harmonious and fragrant reality? How is it possible for you to enter into the deathless reality while living inside this fragile, mortal body. When you look at the raw facts of human life, it becomes completely evident that all our collective progress so far has been in the absolute opposite direction. In our early childhood, we are all living in a state of heaven, full of absolute innocence, trust, and pure joy. But as we grow older, step by step, we enter the world of adults, traveling a road paved with lies, social hypocrisy, greed, and treachery, and by the time we are mature, we have landed completely in hell, becoming old, not just physically, but spiritually ruined. Not only does your physical body become weak and infirm with age, but your soul falls into a terrible state of decay. And the most tragic part of this tragedy is that we simply accept this downfall as an inevitable natural law. We simply let our life stream rot until death comes and finishes us completely. Traditional religion has become completely fatalistic about this human downfall, telling you that you are born in sin and that this world is a valley of tears from which you can only escape after you die. But I tell you, this entire death-oriented journey must be completely reversed right now while you are alive. Your life should be a rewarding, spectacular ascent from sorrow to boundless joy, from the darkest ignorance to the most brilliant light, from mortality to absolute immortality. Your inner soul is thirsty for nothing else but this reversal. Your primal energy is constantly crying out to reach the deathless source. But for that magnificent voyage to happen, you must learn the absolute science of conserving your vital energy. You must allow your strength to grow into a limitless reservoir. Heaven is absolutely not for the weak. The truth of life is never revealed to those who are constantly dissipating their energy through blind, mechanical lifestyle habits, rendering themselves feeble, frail, and spiritually bankrupt. It requires an extraordinary intensity of life force to scale the high peaks of consciousness. Therefore, the conservation of your vital life force is the prime, unshakable requisite of true religion. But look at our modern generation. We are a deeply weak, sick, and neurotic crowd. And through this constant loss of energy, we are progressively sinking to weaker and weaker levels of consciousness every single day. Your vitality is being drained away continuously through your worries, your meaningless ambitions, your societal masks, and above all, through your unmeditative sexuality. All that is left inside your being is a hollow honeycomb of dry cells. Nothing remains but a terrifying emptiness and a dull sense of despair. Your life is not a creative, productive story of growth. It is one sad, continuous story of absolute loss. Why does this unattractive, pathetic situation exist in your life? Precisely because the biggest single outlet for human energy is sex, and you have never learned how to master its flow. Sex is a continuous, unconscious drain of your vital force, and this drainage must be stopped through the science of transformation. No human being inherently likes to lose his power, but as I have revealed to you, there is an irresistible biological reason why man overdraws on his energy pool so continuously. He is hopelessly chasing that momentary, blissful glimpse of egolessness and timelessness that flashes during the orgasm. The luminescent but transient rapture that comes with sex has such a hypnotic attraction for the starved human soul that man falls headlong into losing the very energy that is the structural basis of his entire life. If that exact same ecstasy, that boundless cosmic joy, were made available to you through some other internal means, would you not instantly stop wasting your precious energy through the physical outlet of sex? Is there an alternative path to obtain that exact same transcendental experience where you can fathom the deepest recesses of your own soul, touching the absolute highest peak of cosmic existence? Is there a scientific technique for plunging into that serene, unshakable abyss of peace within your own solitary consciousness? Yes, my friends, that path exists, and its name is meditation. This extraordinary knowledge is the only thing that can spark a total inner revolution in your life, turning your gaze away from the limitations of karma and guiding your steps towards the infinite light of Rama. When this supreme alternative is open to you, your life ceases to be a repetitive circle of biological frustration. It becomes a magnificent flight of the alone to the alone. We must have the courage to dismantle the old, closed doors of repression and open this new, supernatural gateway of meditative awareness, allowing our vital energy to rise upwards like a golden flame, transforming our raw passion into the ultimate flower of divine consciousness. Nature has endowed human beings with one primary door, and that door is the natural gateway of sex. It is the biological channel through which the life force enters this physical world. But the moralistic teachings down through the centuries have violently slammed that door shut, jamming the natural release of your vital energy without ever showing you how to open the higher, spiritual door of meditation. In the absolute absence of an adequate, healthy outlet, the swirling, powerful energy inside man has no choice but to travel around and around in a confined space, vainly pushing upwards, disintegrating his psychological stability, degenerating his soul, and turning his entire existence into a deeply rooted neurosis. This disintegrated, highly neurotic modern man cannot even utilize the natural door of sex with absolute innocence anymore. And so the intense, suppressed onrush of life force from within shatters the internal walls and windows of his being. As a direct consequence of this inner destruction, the energy erupts in perverted forms, causing man to fall, crack his head, stumble, and break his psychological arms and legs, because his consciousness is completely confined by the closed natural door, and because the supernatural gateway of meditation is not yet open. Man's vital sex energy flows out through highly unnatural, destructive outlets. This is the greatest, most profound misfortune that has ever faced the human race. The old biological door is already heavily compromised and closed by guilt, and the higher door of spiritual awakening is completely hidden from view. This is the precise reason why I am so firmly, so uncompromisingly against the traditional religious teachings of enmity, hatred, and suppression towards sex. It is solely because of these ancient, repressive teachings that sexuality has not only grown to a monstrous proportion in human history, but has also become deeply perverted and sick. What is the true remedy for this global madness? Is there genuinely no other alternative for your life? Let us look at the internal situation with absolute psychological clarity. The deep realization that flashes into human consciousness in the exact moment of the sexual orgasm consists of two fundamental elements: egolessness and timelessness. Time completely freezes, and the superficial ego evaporates into the void. Because of the total absence of the demanding ego and the sudden stoppage of the time mind, you are given a clear, unhindered vision of your own true self, a spectacular glimpse of your real essence. But that majestic glory is currently momentary, lasting for a mere fraction of a second, and the very next moment you are cast back into the same old rut of daily anxieties and miseries. And in the meantime, through the physical ejaculation, you have lost a considerable amount of your vital physical energy and life force. The inner mind naturally pines for that sublime illumination. Your deep soul yearns to grasp that ecstatic realization again and again. But that light is so extraordinarily transitory that you have scarcely glimpsed its beauty when it completely disappears from your awareness. What remains behind in your consciousness is a constant urge, an absolute obsession, a deep burning anxiety to achieve that transcendental experience once more. Throughout the full span of his short life on earth, again and again, man tries desperately to grasp that fleeting glimpse, that intoxicating experience of oneness through physical union. but it never lingers. There are only two authentic ways in the entire universe to attain superconsciousness, to reach the pure, undying essence of the inner self: the path of sex and the path of meditation. Sex is the raw door provided natively by nature. It is the completely automatic course of biology. The wild animals have it, the birds in the sky have it, the plants and trees have it, and man has it. So long as a human being avails himself only of nature's biological door, he is not a single inch above the level of the animals. He cannot rise above the animal kingdom because that channel is easily accessible to them as well. The historical day man finds a completely new internal door within his own consciousness can be considered the true dawning of genuine humanness in him. Prior to that internal awakening, we are not truly men at all. Prior to that meditation, our psychological center completely coincides with the animal center, with nature's blind, mechanical center. Until we actively rise above this biological machinery, until we transcend this physical cycle through awareness, we are truly living at the level of the beasts. In our outer appearance, we dress like men. We speak the sophisticated languages of men. We build cities and universities. But inside, at the core, at the very center of our being, we are like wild animals waiting to explode. And under the weight of repression, we can be absolutely no more than that. That is the real reason why the repressed animal in us bursts forth with such terrifying violence at the very first available opportunity. Look at what happened during the historical commotions and riots at the time of the geopolitical formation of India and Pakistan. In those dark days of collective madness, we came to know with absolute certainty that a bloodthirsty, carnivorous animal lurks right behind the sophisticated mask of civilized man. We came to see with our own eyes exactly what the people who pray so softly in the mosques and recite the holy verses of the Gita in the temples are truly capable of doing when the social pressure is removed. They loot houses, they slaughter innocent children, they rape women in the streets. The very same respectable citizens who were seen praying with tears of devotion in the temples and mosques the exact day before were seen committing the most horrific acts of rape and murder in the open streets the next day. What had suddenly happened to their morality? What had happened to their centuries of religious education? A human being takes an immediate holiday from being human whenever there is the slightest social opportunity to let his moral obligations go, and the animal, which is always waiting in absolute readiness within his suppressed depths, springs forth with unstoppable fury. The internal beast is always anxious to be given free rein, and man is always living in a state of terrifying internal tension, curbing this beast, chaining it with laws, policing it with moral fear, and sitting on top of his own volcano. When he finds himself in the midst of a massive crowd, in a political group or a religious mob, an individual suddenly finds the perfect psychological opportunity to throw off his adopted, heavy garb of superficial humanity and completely forget his personal responsibility. In the safety of a roaring crowd, he develops a bizarre, collective courage to forget his real identity, to release the animal he has been violently restraining in his solitary life. The beast is suddenly released with absolute societal permission. As a solitary individual, no single man has ever committed as many horrific sins or expressions of madness as he has easily committed when part of a blind crowd. A solitary man walking down the street is always a bit afraid that someone may recognize his face. He worries constantly about what people will say, about his social standing, about his clothing, and about his reputation. A solitary man will think 10 times before he commits an act of violence. He is mortally afraid that others may discover his dark side and call him an animal. But the moment he steps into the midst of a massive, roaring mob, the man completely loses his individual identity. He is no longer worried about being personally spotted or blamed at all. Then he is simply a tiny, anonymous part and parcel of the collective mass. Then he blindly and joyfully does exactly what the crazy people around him are doing. And what does he do in that state of mob hypnosis? He hurls stones at innocent people, he starts fires to burn down public property, he commits acts of brutal rape. As part of the roaring mob, he eagerly seizes the opportunity to set his long-caged animal completely free. And that is precisely the psychological reason why every 5 to 10 years the human race becomes intensely anxious for a massive war. That is why nations are always lying in wait, secretly hoping for a violent riot or global conflict to break out. If the war can happen under the noble pretext of a Hindu-Muslim problem, it is completely fine with him. If that is not available, a political Gujarati Marathi cause will also suit his dark purpose perfectly. If the politicians find that the Gujaratis and Marathis are not yet ripe for rioting, then a language conflict between Hindi-speaking and non-Hindi-speaking people will satisfy his inner beast. Man simply needs an excuse, any social pretext whatsoever, to unleash the insatiable, frustrated beast that lives within his soul. To help This stream of unvarnished truth continue to flow freely and wake up thousands of souls who are still trapped in this psychological warfare. Your alignment and support are absolutely essential. When you click the official join button on this platform to become an active member of our global awakening circle, or when you choose to share your deep gratitude through a super thanks, you are directly funding the deconstruction of these ancient repressive walls. And for those seekers who wish to bring this deep, silent clarity into the sanctuary of their own homes, our beautifully prepared ebooks are always available to serve as a pure mirror for your daily meditation. The animal in modern man is completely frustrated, exhausted, and maddened by constant, unnatural bondage. It is howling day and night to get out of its cage. But unless this internal animal is completely understood, vanquished, and dissolved through the light of awareness, human consciousness can never rise above the level of gross bestiality. Our biological nature, our fundamental life force, our primary energy has only one easy, automatic outlet, and that outlet is sex. Simply sealing that natural channel through moral willpower will create immense psychological disasters. So before you ever think of sealing it, it is a matter of absolute spiritual necessity to throw open a completely new, higher door so that the vital energy can be naturally diverted in a creative, divine direction. This transformation is entirely possible. It is your ultimate spiritual potential, but it has not yet happened for the vast majority of human beings for the simple, tragic reason that repression is much easier than true transformation. It is incredibly easy to cover a dirty thing, to put a heavy lid on it, to sit upon it with your whole weight, than to intelligently tackle it, look into it, and transform its chemistry, because the latter demands the intense, honest effort of a true sadhana, a steady, lifelong course of meditative action. Hence, out of pure laziness and fear, we have chosen the internal, violent repression of sex. At the exact same time, we live in absolute ignorance of the fact that nothing can ever be destroyed or eliminated through suppression. On the very contrary, the suppressed energy is violently strengthened as a natural reaction. We completely forget that the more we repress something, the more we intensify our subconscious attraction for it. That specific thing which we choose to repress not only becomes the absolute hypnotic center of our waking consciousness, but it also sinks deep into the dark hidden layers of our subconscious mind. We may succeed in brutally repressing it during our active waking hours when our logic is alert, but the moment we fall asleep at night, it breaks through our defenses and flashes vividly across our dreams. Inside our psyche, it sits like a coiled serpent, waiting anxiously to lash out and topple us at the very slightest opportunity. Repression will never free a human being from anything. It will only cause the roots of that desire to go incredibly deep into his subconscious, trapping his entire soul as a consequence. In the foolish process of trying to stamp out the fire of sex, man has completely entangled himself. He has become an absolute slave to his own biology. Although wild animals have their strict natural limits, their specific seasons, and their periodic boundaries for mating, modern man has absolutely none. Man is uniquely sexual each hour of the day, each day of the week, throughout the entire year. Without a single exception, no animal in the entire animal kingdom is sexual to this insane, constant degree. Wild animals have a specific beautiful time for it, a natural season, a cosmic period. The urge comes naturally, it is fulfilled innocently, and then it goes away completely. And once that season passes, an animal does not spend a single moment thinking about sex or dreaming about bodies again. But look at what your moralistic civilization has done to man. The very thing which man has tried to violently repress for 10,000 years shoots up continuously throughout his daily life like an uncontrollable force. It is an ever-active, smoking volcano in his mind. Have you never observed this absolute contrast, that no animal is sexual all the time, but that man leans heavily towards sex in each and every situation of his life? Sexuality fumes constantly inside human thoughts, as if sex were the absolute alpha and omega, the all and everything of human life. How has this terrifying perversion come about in human history? How has this massive psychological disaster occurred? Why hasn't it happened to a single lion, a single deer, or a single bird in the forest? There is only one sole cause. Man is the only animal who has done his utmost to suppress sex. And because of that suppression, sex has erupted throughout his entire personality in equal chaotic measure. And think of what we have done to our minds in order to carry out this foolish suppression of sex. We have had to develop a deeply insulting, derogatory attitude toward our own bodies. We have had to degrade the very source of life. We have had to abuse the natural energy of creation. We have had to call it an absolute sin. We have had to shout frantically from the rooftops of our churches and temples that sex is dirty, that sex is poison. We have had to proclaim to our children that those who indulge in physical sex are low, contemptible, animalistic sinners who are to be permanently despised by society. We have had to invent thousands of degrading, ugly names for the biological functions, in order to justify our inner suppression of them. But we have never worried for a single moment that these constant abuses, these moralistic objections, and these heavy clouds of guilt would eventually poison our entire psychological being, making it impossible for us to ever experience true love or true meditation. The philosopher Nietzsche once made an extraordinarily meaningful prophetic statement. He said that although religion had tried its absolute best to kill sex by poisoning its waters, sex did not die. It survived, but it lives on today as something completely deformed, dangerous, and full of poison. It would have been far better if it had died completely, but that was an absolute biological impossibility. It was heavily poisoned by the priests, but yet it lived on within the human psyche. The moralistic device completely misfired, creating a total catastrophe. The obsessive, sick sexuality that we see dominating every corner of modern society today is the ultimate epitome of this poisoned sex. Sex exists naturally in animals because sex is the clean, beautiful source of life. But sexuality, the mental obsession, the dirty perversion, the psychological disease, only exists in human beings. There is absolutely no sexuality in the animal kingdom. Look deeply into the clear eyes of a wild animal. You will find absolute innocence there, never a trace of hidden lust. But if you look into the eyes of a modern, civilized human being on the street, you will see nothing but a fuming, dark cloud of lust, nothing but the gross, predatory desire for physical gratification. And so, today, the wild animals are beautifully innocent and graceful in their nakedness, while there is absolutely no limit to the inner ugliness, the hypocrisy, and the mental stench of man, the mad repressor. As the absolute first step in freeing human society from this global sexuality, young children, both boys and girls, should receive a completely clean, scientific, and healthy instruction in the subject of sex. In absolute addition to their being given this transparent knowledge, the ugly, unnatural social distance that we force between young boys and girls should be completely erased from our educational systems. As a matter of fact, they should be allowed to grow up much nearer to each other in absolute freedom. This strict moral segregation of the sexes is completely unnatural and highly dangerous. Men and women have been forced by society to become altogether different, suspicious species. By looking at the rigid separation, at the heavy man-made compartments we build between them in schools and universities, it is genuinely difficult to believe that men and women belong to the same species. that they are both equal parts of one single mankind. If young boys and girls were allowed absolute freedom to move about the house without clothes, as and when they naturally liked in their early childhood, it would effortlessly nip in the bud the obscene, unnatural curiosity that inevitably develops at a later age. We already know full well from modern psychology how this artificial ignorance of each other's bodies shows up as a hidden disease in children. Look how all children of civilized men love to secretly play doctor games behind closed doors. Furthermore, I wonder if you are aware of the absolute heights of madness to which this moralistic suppression can go. There was a movement initiated by a highly influential segment of puritanical society in America, all composed of so-called religious, moral people. Their official aim was to legally stop dogs, cats, horses, and other domestic animals from being taken out into the public streets unclothed. They demanded that these animals must be dressed in tailored garments before they could be walked in public. The brilliant idea behind this movement was that innocent children might become deeply corrupted and sexualized if they looked at the naked bodies of animals walking down the street. How profoundly funny, how absolutely mad it is to think of a child being corrupted by seeing a naked dog wagging its tail. But anyway, these moralistic people were actively forming a serious association to ban unclothed animals from the streets. See just how many insane, bizarre things are being done by the moralists to save mankind. These so-called saviors are the very people who are completely destroying the human soul. Have you never noticed, with an open heart, just how wonderfully graceful, how innocent, and how beautiful the wild animals are, even without a single thread of clothing on their bodies? Even in their complete nakedness, they are utterly innocent, simple, plain, and pure. You rarely ever think of an animal as being naked, because nakedness is a concept born of guilt, and you will never see animals as naked unless you are hiding a massive amount of your own suppressed nakedness inside your own mind. But those who are constantly afraid, those who are absolute cowards inside, will try any crazy remedy to compensate for their own terrifying fear of the natural body. Because of the continuous invention of such moralistic remedies, mankind is degenerating day by day into a deeper state of neurosis. Man ought to be so simple, so integrated, and so free of guilt that he can stand up naked, unclad, completely innocent, and full of boundless bliss before the universe. An enlightened master like Mahavir undertook the radical step to stand up completely unclothed before the world, and likewise, every single human being should cultivate a clear mentality whereby he could also stand up unclothed without a single ounce of shame or lust in his heart. People, so-called religious people, often say that Mahavir discarded his clothes because he wanted to practice a severe form of ascetic renunciation, that he abandoned wearing garments as a painful sacrifice. But I completely deny this interpretation. It is entirely wrong. The truth is that his chitta, his internal consciousness, became so absolutely clear, so perfectly innocent, as pure and uncorrupted as that of a newborn child, that he naturally rose up, nude, to face the universe without any masks. When there is absolutely nothing at all left to conceal within your thoughts, when there is no hidden agenda, no repressed lust, and no social hypocrisy sitting in your mind, you need not even put up with the burden of clothes. There is a great, urgent need for the creation of a new world where every single individual will be so completely guiltless, so pure of mind, and so serene inside that he will be able to discard his psychological and physical clothes without any fear. Where is the crime in the natural body? What is the danger in being naked? It is a completely different matter if clothes are worn out of simple necessity to protect the physical body from the cold of winter or the heat of summer. But if garments are worn solely out of one's terrifying fear of nakedness, out of moral shame, then this is deeply contemptuous. Wearing clothes because of a dread of nakedness is the absolute proof of a contaminated, highly sexualized mind. But today, we feel so intensely guilty inside that even while wearing layers of clothes, we are constantly haunted by our own inner nudity. These moralists behave as if God is incredibly childish, as if he made a massive mistake by creating man without clothes. By the way, please do not misunderstand my words and conclude that I am advising you to go out and throw away your clothes in the street today. I am not against the wearing of clothes for practical reasons, but I make absolutely no bones about stating that clothes worn out of sheer fear of nakedness do not cover your nakedness at all. Rather, they uncover your internal perversion to the whole universe. This highly unnatural, guilty awareness of nakedness is contemptible, sick, and deeply degenerating. And this sick awareness has been decreed upon your soul by a long, dark social tradition of repression. A person can appear intensely naked and full of lust even while wearing a heavy suit of clothes, and an enlightened nude person can appear to be beautifully clothed in the light of absolute purity and innocence. Is it genuinely necessary for me to elaborate any further on this point after you have seen the modern fashion industries which design skin-tight clothes for both men and women. What is the purpose of these tight garments? They are the direct, inevitable outcome of an unsatisfied, highly repressed desire to leer at and to provocatively display the physical body. If men and women were completely familiar with each other's bodies from childhood, clothes would automatically serve no other purpose than to protect the physical body from the elements of weather. But alas, nowadays, clothes are engineered as powerful aids to trigger sexuality. Where on earth is man's civilization going when his very clothing is designed as an instrument to arouse lust? This is precisely why I advocate letting young children remain nude up to a certain age. They must understand natively that the practical necessity for clothes has to do with weather and absolutely nothing to do with sex. If you feel this stream of deep consciousness is dissolving the long-standing armor of guilt around your heart, take a single moment to join this collective movement of awakening. Drop an honest comment below sharing your own insights. Leave a like to help this fire spread to other seekers, and subscribe to this channel so we can continue this uninterrupted journey toward the light. Moreover, the entire concept of nakedness is a deeply subjective phenomenon. To a simple mind, to a truly meditative and innocent heart, nudity is never offensive. It has its own pristine divine beauty. But up to now, mankind has been systematically fed on a diet of moral poison, and gradually, with the long passage of time, this poison has spread from one pole of human existence to the other. Consequently, our entire attitude to our own biology is completely unnatural and sick. When I spoke on this radical topic at our very first public lecture in the large auditorium of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, a very respectable, highly educated, married lady came to me privately and said with great indignation, "Osho, I am very upset with you. I am incredibly angry that you spoke about sex. Sex is a scandalous, dirty subject that should never be mentioned in public. Sex is a sin, and I really despise it from the bottom of my heart." Now, look at the absolute madness of this woman's life. She despises sex with intense hatred, yet she is a married woman who has lived with a husband for years, and she has given birth to sons and daughters. If she genuinely despises sex as a dirty sin, how can she ever truly love the husband who leads her into the act of sex every week? How can she ever truly love those innocent children who have been born directly out of that very act of sex? Her entire internal attitude to life is completely permeated with venom. Her love for her own family will remain deeply poisonous, manipulative, and cold. And so, because of this moralistic poison, there is bound to be a permanent, invisible rift between this woman and her husband. There will also be a sharp fence of thorns between her and her growing children, because the children, in her eyes, are nothing but the visible fruits of an act of dirty sin. Her most intimate relationship with her husband is completely guilt-oriented. She is permanently haunted by a heavy subconscious complex where sex is concerned. And I ask you, can any human being ever live in true harmony and peace with something they consider a sin? Those who continuously slander sex have completely disturbed and destroyed the marital and romantic life of the entire world. Instead of affording human beings any kind of real deliverance, freedom, or peace, this disruptive social attitude against sex has had deeply injurious, catastrophic effects on the human psyche. The poor husband who meets with this invisible wall of moral repulsion between himself and his legal wife can never feel content or balanced at home. He will naturally start looking around for other women. He will go to prostitutes in the dark. All the women in the world could have easily been like beautiful sisters and mothers to him if he had received a full, innocent, and meditative gratification of his energy at home. But because of its absolute absence, he will now look at every single woman passing by as a potential target for his lust. It is but natural, it had to be so. He finds nothing but poison, moral coldness, repulsion, and talk of sin where he ought to have been blessed with divine bliss, with ecstasy, and with absolute serenity. His basic biological and spiritual needs are not met in his marriage, and so he roams everywhere across the earth, searching frantically for a tiny drop of satisfaction in every nook and corner. And what has modern man not invented to meet those repressed needs? You would be completely amazed if we sat down to list all the bizarre, twisted devices he has come up with in his loneliness. Man has gone completely out of his way to devise many tricks, but he has never thought carefully about the basic drawback of his mind. Now, that which was meant to be a beautiful, clear lagoon of love has turned into a stagnant, foul pool of repressed sex, and the pool is heavily poisoned. And when there is an acute sense of sin, of guilt, and of hesitation between a husband and a wife, this guilty approach completely ends the possibility of any spiritual growth in their lives together. As I understand human potential, if a husband and a wife can try to look at sex with absolute harmony, with an understanding love, and with a feeling of pure joy without a single ounce of gloom or shame, then their physical relationship can be completely transformed, elevated, and spiritualized. And after that transformation happens, It is entirely possible that the very same wife will be there, but her energy will be experienced in the form of a divine mother. When a woman develops a deeply conscious, spiritual relationship with her partner, an extraordinary transformation takes place within her energy field, and the husband gradually ceases to be a mere husband in her eyes. He becomes like a child to her. This is a profound mystery of the human energy system that very few people have ever understood, because their vision is completely clouded by societal labels and legal contracts. I wish to ask the men who are listening to my words today to look back honestly at their most intimate moments of love and vulnerability. Have you not noticed that whenever you are in a state of absolute unconditional love towards your partner, your internal defenses completely melt away and you begin to behave exactly like a little child behaves in the presence of his mother? Have you ever pondered deeply why a man's hand is so automatically, unconsciously drawn towards the breast of a woman during the heights of romantic intimacy? The moralists will tell you that it is nothing but gross animal lust, but I tell you that they are completely blind to the spiritual dimensions of biology. That hand is actually the hand of a small child reaching out instinctively for the breast of his mother, searching for that primary source of life, safety, and absolute nourishment that he once knew before he was exiled into this cold world of separation. The moment a man overflows with genuine, deep love for a woman, his superficial masculine ego drops completely and he becomes a son in her presence. And look at what happens to the woman's hands in those exact same moments of spiritual intimacy. Her hand naturally reaches out for the man's head. Her fingers begin to gently caress his hair, cradling him against her chest. What is this beautiful gesture? This is nothing but the ancient, sacred memory of her child. She is naturally caressing the hair of her son. When human love blooms fully and breaks through the physical and psychological barriers to touch the spiritual level, the artificial contract of marriage dissolves, and the husband beautifully becomes the son, while the woman ascends to the glory of the Divine Mother. It is at this precise stage of consciousness that you have finally reached the third most sublime layer of sex energy, which is the spiritual level. But modern humanity is completely, blissfully ignorant of this sacred potential, because you have been taught to look at your primary energy through the dark glasses of guilt and social utility. The ordinary relationship between a husband and a wife in modern society is not a state of ultimate fulfillment. It is merely the chaotic beginning of a long journey. And because it is treated by the crowd as a final destination, it becomes a permanent source of intense psychological tension and conflict. A journey is always inherently tiresome, full of exhaustion and dust, and true peace can only be found when you finally reach the ultimate destination. Because the vast majority of couples treat the legal contract of marriage as the end of the road, they spend their entire lives wandering aimlessly on the hot tarmac, never arriving anywhere, and they eventually perish in a state of deep frustration. This is the sole reason why there is a round-the-clock, exhausting tussle, a constant undercurrent of manipulation and silent warfare between almost every husband and wife on this earth. And the most tragic part of this global delusion is that we have the audacity to call this toxic, heavy dependency by the sacred name of love. Unfortunately, neither the husband nor the wife possesses the meditative clarity to understand the real root cause of their continuous tension and daily strife. Because they lack self-knowledge, they each fall into the trap of thinking that they have simply made the wrong match, that they have accidentally married the wrong individual. The husband sits in his office, looking out the window, thinking that everything in his life would have been absolutely beautiful and harmonious if he had only married that other, prettier woman. The wife sits in her kitchen, drowning in resentment, completely convinced that her life would have been a spectacular paradise if she had only chosen that other, wealthier man as her partner. But I tell you, this is the universal, tragic experience of all the couples in the world, regardless of whether they live in the East or the West. If you were given the magical chance to change your spouse today, the internal situation of your life would not change by a single millimeter. It would be exactly the same as a tired pallbearer changing shoulders while carrying a heavy coffin to the cemetery. You would feel a tiny, deceptive sense of physical relief for a few minutes, but very soon you would notice that the dead weight on your soul had once again become exactly the same. The extensive social experience of the modern West, where the institution of divorce is rampant and easily available, has proven this spiritual law beyond any shadow of a doubt. A man divorces his first wife because he finds her demanding and cold, and with great passion he marries a second woman, only to discover within a single fortnight that the new wife behaves in the exact same demanding manner. The woman divorces her first husband because he is manipulative, and she eagerly finds a new partner, only to realize in a matter of weeks that the new husband has the exact same neurotic tendencies. The reason for this global failure is not to be found on the superficial surface of human personalities. It lies much deeper in the very structure of the unmeditative mind. The failure has absolutely nothing to do with the specific individual, with the particular man or the woman you chose. The root cause is that marriage without meditation is nothing but an animalistic transaction trapped on the physical and psychological planes. The ultimate goal of your vital life force can only be reached when your relationship is used as a mirror for inner awakening, where the woman naturally transitions into the divine mother and the man transforms into the innocent son, transcending the biological trap of lust completely. To ensure that this radical truth can continue to break through the heavy walls of social conditioning and reach every seeker who is currently suffocating in the dark, your support and presence are incredibly vital. When you take a single moment to like this video, leave an honest comment sharing your own inner experiences, and subscribe to this channel, you are helping to expand this field of consciousness across the earth. For those who feel a deep call to align their daily lives with these insights, our specially prepared e-books are available to serve as a guide for your daily meditation, helping you to look at your inner energy with absolute clarity and innocence. I received a highly critical letter from a gentleman recently, and he wrote to me saying, "Osho, I do not accept you as an authority on the subject of sex." He said that I can be asked about high spiritual matters, about the soul, and about God, but that I have absolutely no right to speak about sex. He informed me that he and some of his respectable friends had come to my lectures exclusively to hear about the divine, and therefore I should immediately stop discussing such scandalous, physical things and only speak about God. This poor man is completely unaware of his own psychological ignorance. He does not realize that it is absolutely useless, a pure exercise in hypocrisy, to inquire about God from someone you do not even consider an authority on the basic realities of your own vital life force. Would you ever dare to ask for directions to the golden, brilliant peak of a high mountain from a guide who knows absolutely nothing about the first base camp where you are currently standing? If what I have to say to you about the reality of sex is not acceptable to your intelligence, then you should immediately walk away and stop asking me about God as well. If I am not deemed competent to talk about the very first step of the human journey, then how on earth can I ever be competent to talk about the final destination? The secret, repressed psychology behind this man's angry question is the exact same dynamic that has ruled the human mind for thousands of years under the guidance of the priests. It has been taken for granted by the masses that Kama and Rama, lust, and the Lord are each other's absolute mortal enemies. It has been deeply drilled into your consciousness from childhood that those who are in search of true religion must have absolutely nothing to do with sex, and that those who delve into the reality of sex can have no share in spirituality. I tell you that both of these traditional suppositions are absolute illusions, monumental errors that have kept humanity spiritually retarded. The truth is that the journey to karma is the exact same journey that eventually culminates in Rama. The intense journey to the roots of lust is the very path that leads to the ultimate flowering of divine light. The tremendous, irresistible attraction that every human being feels for sex is not a desire for animal friction. It is actually a deeply hidden, unconscious search for the sublime bliss of samadhi. Because man is completely wrapped up in sex, yet never finds a permanent sense of peace through it, his journey remains incomplete. Unless Rama is finally attained, unless the primary energy is completely sublimated and transformed through awareness, your inner search will never cease, and you will remain a frustrated, superficial being. The so-called spiritual quest of those who violently reproach karma and set out to reach Rama through moral willpower is not an authentic search for God at all. It is nothing but pure, cowardly escapism under a holy guise. They hide themselves behind the name of Rama simply to run away from their own terrifying fear of karma, because their inner lives are in a constant state of agonizing agitation about sex. They seek refuge in repeating the name of God aloud, chanting Rama, Rama, Rama like a mechanical mantra, desperately trying to drown out the voice of their own biology. Whenever you observe a traditional, self-righteous man chanting the name of God with extreme intensity, look at his face closely through the eyes of meditation. Right behind the loud repetition of Rama, you will easily hear the violent, distorted echo of karma. A deep, obsessive awareness of sex is always actively operating in his subconscious. The moment a beautiful woman comes into his line of sight, his inner anxiety triggers, and he will start pulling his rosary at frantic speed, twirling his beads, and chanting his holy mantras at the top of his lungs. The vital sex energy inside him is pushing violently from within, and this escapist is doing his absolute best to ignore it, to suppress it, and to pretend it doesn't exist by covering it with a religious cloak. If such a cheap, superficial trick could truly transform human consciousness, the world would have become a spectacular paradise of enlightened beings thousands of years ago. True religion is not that easy to attain. It requires absolute honesty, immense courage, and a total refusal to live a double life. It is a matter of absolute spiritual necessity to know and understand karma completely. If you ever wish to reach Rama, if you ever truly desire to search for the sublime Creator, let us look at a simple example to understand this law. Suppose a man wants to travel to the distant city of Calcutta from the city of Bombay. He goes to a travel agent and obtains the most detailed maps, the most accurate schedules, and all the relevant information about Calcutta, where it is located, what the streets look like, and what direction it lies in. But if that man does not even know where he is standing right now, if he is completely blind to the fact that he is currently located in the streets of Bombay, then how on earth can he ever succeed in his mission of reaching Calcutta? All his highly sophisticated information about the final destination is completely worthless, a pure absurdity, unless he is absolutely clear about his starting point. The journey must commence exactly from where you are standing right now. The starting point always comes first, by absolute necessity, while the destination can only come afterward as a culmination of the journey. So let me ask you with absolute directness, where are you standing right now in your internal life? You walk into a temple and say you long to make the journey to Rama. You tell me you desire to reach God. That is very beautiful. But the unvarnished reality is that right now you are stranded in the mud of karma. You are completely trapped in the obsession of sex. And it is precisely from this realistic point, from this very biology, that you must take your very first step forward. It is imperative that you accept this simple fact with absolute grace and humility, without a single ounce of moral guilt. By understanding this stark reality with meditative innocence, you suddenly open the door to a completely different future. To truly know what you are capable of attaining, it is absolutely important to know exactly what you are right now. To reach the final step of the golden ladder, it is a matter of absolute mathematical necessity to take the very first step on the ground, because the first step is the only thing that can ever pave the way for the second, and eventually, for the ultimate peak of the journey. If your very first step is taken in a state of blindness, denial, and wrong direction, you can never reach your intended spiritual destination. You will simply end up lost in a terrifying inner wilderness of hypocrisy and neurosis. And that is why I tell you that if you truly wish to reach the ultimate divine, it is far more important for you to understand the chemistry of karma than to hear abstract sermons about Rama. You can absolutely never reach God without first thoroughly understanding and transforming your sex energy. To help this fire of self-knowledge expand across the globe and shatter the ancient chains of spiritual retardation, your active energy and support are needed. When you click the join button on this channel to become a dedicated member of our sanctuary, or when you choose to express your deep gratitude through a super thanks, you are directly facilitating the awakening of human consciousness. And for those who feel ready to bring these deep, silent spaces into their daily lives, our e-books are always available to guide your solitary daily meditation, serving as a pure mirror for your evolving soul. I was also informed by an intellectual friend through a letter that the scientific opinions of Sigmund Freud on the subject of sex may be highly worthy and acceptable, but he wanted to know how my statements can be considered true, sincere, and authoritative. How can you, from the outside, ever decide whether I am being honest and sincere or not? In this connection, whatsoever I say to you about myself will be completely meaningless and futile, because I myself am the very subject under consideration. If I stand before you and claim with great force that I am an honest man, it is completely meaningless, because a liar can say the exact same thing with a very straight face. It is also equally meaningless if I say I am not honest, because the very subject under debate is whether the consciousness making these statements is operating in truth or falsehood. So whatever words I utter in this context are of no use to you. I tell you, do not look at me. Instead, look at your own energy. Experiment with your own life force according to the principles of meditation, and find out for yourselves whether my words are true or not. You will only come to know the absolute truth of my statements when you directly attain to the experience within your own solitary consciousness. There is absolutely no other way in the universe to verify spiritual truth. For example, if I were to sit on the river bank and talk to you for hours about a highly sophisticated swimming technique, your intellectual mind would naturally doubt whether my method was really feasible or just a beautiful theory. My only logical reply to your doubt would be to take you by the hand, lead you to a place where the water is deep, and ask you to wade into the active current. The moment you move your arms and legs according to my advice, and you find that you can easily swim across the roaring river without drowning, then you will know with absolute certainty that what I had told you on the bank was neither worthless nor insincere. Your own direct experiencing is the only true authority. As far as Sigmund Freud is concerned, I wish to explain to you that it is quite probable that Freud was completely unaware of the spiritual dimensions of sex that I am revealing to you here. Freud was undoubtedly a great pioneer, one of the few courageous seers who guided modern mankind out of the dark ages of Victorian Puritanism and sexual liberation, but his vision was completely limited to the physical and psychological layers. He had absolutely no idea whatsoever that spiritual sex, or the science of tantra, even existed. The extensive knowledge that Freud systematized was exclusively the knowledge of sick, repressed, and pathological sex, because his entire research was conducted with deeply disturbed, neurotic individuals in clinical settings. Freud was a medical doctor, a psychological physician, and his discoveries were used, like targeted treatments, doled out to crazy patients in insane asylums. Freud had never studied normal, healthy, and meditative sex energy in its pure, uncorrupted state. He was a research scholar dealing in sickness, in perversion, and in human distortions, and his mind was primarily set on clinical treatment, on cure, and on bringing a madman back to ordinary social survival. Therefore, if you are truly bent on confirming the deep, transcendental truthfulness of what I am saying to you, you will have to turn away from Western psychoanalysis and look into the ancient, sacred philosophy of Tantra. Tantra was the only scientific movement in human history that made early, completely successful attempts to spiritualize sex energy. And although our puritanical societies banned and suppressed all public thinking about Tantra thousands of years ago out of pure moral panic, the magnificent monuments of Khajuraho and the ancient temples of Puri and Konarak stand today as living, unshakable testimonials of this science. Have you ever had the courage to visit Khajuraho? Have you ever stood before those ancient temples and looked at the images carved in the stone? If you go there with a silent, open mind, you will experience two extraordinary, wonderful phenomena that will completely shatter your moralistic concepts. First, even after seeing the highly explicit, detailed images of naked couples engaged in the physical act of intercourse, you will not feel a single shred of vulgarity. You won't see anything dirty, ugly, or bad in those raw carvings. And the second thing you will experience is that a profound, overwhelming sense of absolute peace will suddenly envelope your entire being. A beautiful wave of sacredness and silence will descend upon your soul. Your own psychological reaction will surprise you completely. Why is this so? Because the enlightened visionaries and masters who created those statues were people who had seen, known, and mastered spiritual sex intimately. If you walk down a modern city street and look at a man who is currently in the tight grip of animal lust, if you look closely at his contorted face and into his predatory eyes, he will appear incredibly ugly, frightening, and bestial to you. You will see a deeply disturbing, ferocious hunger there. When an ordinary woman sees a man approaching her, and his aura is full of raw, unmeditative lust, Even if he is her legal husband, she will instinctively see a predatory enemy in him and not a true spiritual friend. In that moment of animal hunger, the man does not even look truly human to her. He appears like a dark messenger from hell. But if you look at the faces of the copulating couples carved on the stones of Khajuraho, you will find a completely different reality. On those stone faces, you will see the glorious shadow of Gautam Buddha, the sublime reflection of Mahavir, the deep composure, the silence, and the absolute serenity visible on the faces of those statues is the exact composure of samadhi. A serene, divine sacredness emanates from their stone bodies. Nothing less than a massive wave of eternal peace will encompass your entire consciousness if you simply sit down and meditate on those statues. You will be filled with absolute awe. If you are a traditional person who is mortally afraid that your sexuality will overwhelm you or drive you mad after seeing those naked carvings, I beseech you, pack your bags and go straight to Khajuraho without a single moment's further delay. Khajuraho is a unique, priceless monument on this earth, yet short-sighted, moralistic politicians like the late Purushottam Das, Tandon, and his puritanical colleagues were of the official opinion that the magnificent walls of Khajuraho should be covered with a thick coat of terracotta, mud. They believed, in their absolute ignorance, that looking at those images made the citizens sexual and immoral. I was absolutely astonished when I heard about this proposal. They completely missed the point. The enlightened builders of Khajuraho had a highly scientific aim, and it was that if oversexed, obsessed people would sit quietly in front of those statues and meditate on them with awareness, their internal, repressed lust would completely evaporate. For thousands of years, those divine images have been used as highly effective objects of meditation. It sets a spectacular clinical example for modern psychology that oversexed people were systematically asked by the ancient masters to go to the temples of Khajuraho to sit in silence, to meditate on the sexual statues, and to completely lose themselves in the phenomenon until their minds became still. Although we have often observed this exact same psychological truth operating in our ordinary human experiences, we lack the discrimination to see it clearly. For instance, suppose you are walking down a busy street and you suddenly see two men engaged in a violent, loud fist fight on the road. Instantly, a massive crowd gathers around them. You leave your urgent work aside, you forget where you are going, and you will happily stand there in the heat for half an hour just to watch those two strangers hit each other. Why? Have you ever thought deeply about what your ego gets out of watching a violent fight? You also pay large sums of money to go to boxing matches or watch violent movies. Why? You probably are not aware that these things have a powerful therapeutic vicarious effect on your repressed psyche. By watching two men fight externalize their aggression, the deep-seated, dangerous instinct to fight that exists inside your own subconscious is subtly satisfied. It dissipates, it is thrown out of your energy field, and you walk away feeling much calmer and lighter. In the exact same manner, if a person sits in absolute silence and meditates with a peaceful conscious mind upon the images of divine intercourse at Khajuraho, that inner sexual mania, man's mad subconscious obsession, can effortlessly evaporate into the void. Let us look at a beautiful story from the annals of modern psychiatry to understand this mechanism. A man once went to a famous psychiatrist with a terrifying, dangerous problem. He was intensely, uncontrollably annoyed with his boss at the office. He said that whenever his boss called him into the office and said anything critical to him, he immediately became so filled with rage that his hand would automatically reach down for his shoe. He felt an irresistible urge to take off his heavy shoe and hit his boss in the face with it. But how can an ordinary employee actually hit his corporate boss in a civilized society? Is there a single man working in an office who does not feel like hitting his boss at some point in his life? Such an employee is extraordinarily rare. In any case, this poor man went on suppressing his violent desire day after day out of fear of losing his job. But he began to develop a terrifying psychological complex about it. He became so mortally afraid that he might actually lose control and hit his boss someday that he started leaving his shoes at home, walking to the office barefoot. But he could not free his mind from the obsession of the shoes just by leaving them behind. Whenever his boss stood near him, the man's hands would automatically start moving down towards his bare feet in a nervous twitch. Even though the shoes were physically left at home, they continued to loom large like a monster on his conscience. If he were sitting at his desk, idly fiddling with a pen during a meeting, he would unconsciously draw detailed sketches of shoes on the paper. In every single idle moment of his day, his mind was completely occupied with the shape of a shoe. The shoes filled his entire thoughts, and he lived in absolute terror that he would attack his employer in a frenzy. He returned home and told his family with tears in his eyes that it was better if he resigned immediately and never went back to the office. But now, his mental conditioning had degenerated to such a degree that he did not even need his own shoes. If his boss angered him, his hand might grab anyone's shoe sitting nearby. His hands had even started moving towards the feet of his colleagues on the subway. At this critical point, his family realized that he was completely losing his mind, and they decided it was high time he was taken to a professional psychiatrist. And so he went. The wise psychiatrist listened to his long story patiently, smiled, and told him that his sickness was nothing much to worry about, that it was completely curable through a simple energetic exercise. He advised the man to go to a photographer, get a massive, life-sized picture of his boss, and hang it on the wall of his bedroom at home. The psychiatrist commanded him to take his heaviest shoe and hit that picture explicitly 5 times every single morning before he left for work. The ritual was to be observed with absolute religious discipline, exactly like a morning prayer. And furthermore, he was warned never to miss a single day. After returning home from the office each evening, the exact same process was to be repeated 5 more times. The man's very first reaction was, "What absolute nonsense!" Although he was completely astonished at such a bizarre medical prescription, he secretly felt quite happy about the idea. He went home, hung the massive photo of his boss on his wall, and accordingly began the prescribed daily ritual. On the very first day, after hitting the photo 5 times with his shoe, he walked into the office and noticed a strange, unprecedented sensation. When his boss called him in and yelled at him, the man did not feel angry or disturbed at all. Within a single fortnight of practicing this ritual, he had become extraordinarily polite, calm, and obedient to his employer. The boss was utterly surprised by the sudden change in his behavior. He looked at him one day and said, "My friend, you have become so polite, so nice, and such a wonderful worker lately. Tell me, what has happened to you?" The employee smiled and replied, "Please, sir, I beg of you, do not ask me about it, or everything will become completely topsy-turvy again. I just can't tell you. What is the deep, scientific truth operating behind this amusing story? Can a human being truly heal his soul just by hitting a piece of paper with a shoe? Yes, absolutely. By externalizing his hidden, suppressed obsession onto the photo in a conscious space, the man's intense psychological tension simply dissolved, faded away into the void. This is exactly the science behind Khajuraho. Temples like those of Khajuraho, Konarak, and Puri should be present in every single nook and corner of this country. There is absolutely nothing important or scientific to be found in your ordinary temples where you go to repeat dead prayers. There is no intelligence, no planning, and no meaning in them whatsoever. They are not needed at all by a healthy humanity. But the existence of the Khajuraho temples is full of profound therapeutic meaning for the human soul. Anyone whose mind is overly anxious, obsessed, or disturbed about sex should go there and meditate on those carvings with absolute innocence. When he steps out of that sacred perimeter, he will be completely light of heart. His inner volcano will have cooled down, and he will finally be at peace with his own vital energy. This physical energy that you carry within your body is not a small, trivial matter. It is the absolute superatom of life itself. Just as modern science has learned to split the material atom and unleash a terrifying, world-altering physical power, the ancient science of spirituality learned to understand the psychological superatom of sex energy. When you understand this inner atom completely, you enter into a spectacular new era of human wisdom. But right now, humanity is living in absolute, total darkness regarding this vital force. You go through the mechanical routine of coitus throughout your entire life from youth to old age, yet you remain completely ignorant of what it truly is. Knowing nothing more than a blind child who flips an electrical switch on and off without understanding the invisible current flowing through the walls. To look at this hidden current scientifically, you must realize that man and woman represent the two opposite poles of cosmic energy, the positive and the negative poles of the universe. When a deep meditative meeting takes place between these two opposite poles, an extraordinary electrical circuit is completely closed, and a unique form of biological and spiritual electricity is generated within their blended energy field. If you approach this union with absolute surrender, love, and silence, prolonging the physical embrace beyond a mere frantic moment, a high energetic charge begins to evolve naturally by itself. In the deeper dimensions of this closed circuit, if the union can be maintained in stillness, a couple can literally see a radiant patch of cosmic light glowing in the darkness of their room. A couple experiencing this spectacular flow of internal current is drinking directly from life's fullest, most sacred cup. But to expand this fleeting experience into a permanent gateway of superconsciousness, you must understand the practical guidelines of the energy system. The entire duration of your physical union is directly governed by the speed of your respiration. The faster and more frantic your breathing is, the shorter the duration of the physical climax will automatically be, rendering the experience shallow and animalistic. On the very contrary, the calmer, slower and more shallow your breathing is, the more the coital state is prolonged. And the longer the union lasts in a state of absolute relaxation, the greater the possibility becomes of making sex a wide door to samadhi, a direct channel to superconsciousness. Along with this slow respiration, the second secret of the energy map is the alignment of your awareness. During the physical act, your internal attention must be completely focused on the space between your two eyebrows, in the exact seat of the Agni chakra. The more intensely your consciousness is anchored on this specific higher center, the more profound and spiritual the physical union automatically becomes. Through the combination of shallow breathing and Agni chakra focus, the duration of the climax can be drawn out for hours, firmly rooting a human being in the soil of genuine celibacy for this life and the lives to come. This is how a single absolute revelation of samadhi through sex can completely release you from the obsessive grip of lust forever. You see that the sky exists outside your dirty, dark room, and you naturally walk through the open window into the boundless sunshine. If this deep, hidden clarity is beginning to dissolve the heavy clouds of guilt and confusion around your heart, take a single moment right now to engage with this field of awakening. Drop an honest comment below sharing your own inner reflections. Give this video a like to help this flame expand to other searching souls. And subscribe to this channel so we can continue this silent journey of inner transformation together. But the moment you stand up in modern society and reveal these scientific facts of human energy, the entire army of moralists, priests, and politicians will experience a massive panic attack. When I first returned to my home city after delivering these radical talks at the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan auditorium, I received an angry letter from a traditional gentleman telling me that if I dared to continue discussing the subject of sex in public, I would be shot dead. This trigger-happy moralist was an absolute coward. He did not sign his real name or provide his address because he was mortally afraid of social reality. But if that gentleman is hidden somewhere in this audience today, listening to my voice, I wish to give him my direct reply. I tell you, do not be in such a frantic hurry to shoot me with your bullets, because you are completely ignorant of the spiritual law of assassination. The moment a bullet strikes a man who is speaking the unvarnished truth, his words are instantly sealed as eternal reality for millions of generations to come. If the Roman authorities had not nailed Jesus Christ to the cross, the world would have forgotten his name in a few decades. In a profound way, The crucifixion was highly beneficial to the expansion of his message, because a death suffered for the sake of truth turns every word spoken into a living fountain of nectar. No one ever dies by being assassinated. A bullet-ridden death simply lifts an authentic man into immortality, accomplishing what ordinary life could never achieve. I have absolutely no intention of dying peacefully in a comfortable bed. That kind of passive death is completely unbecoming and worthless for a master. When the cosmic time is ripe, I will do my absolute best to ensure that someone or other shoots me, so you need not worry about my end. The deep reason why this anonymous letter writer and all the traditional moralists become so violently upset when sex is discussed with spiritual clarity is that they are desperately trying to protect their own professional livelihood. To understand the dark, hidden symbiosis between the priesthood and human sin, let us listen to a profound story about a village priest. This priest was hurrying across the fields one Sunday morning, almost running because he was late for his service at the local church. He had chosen the topic of love as the subject of his morning sermon, and he was mentally preparing a highly sophisticated speech about Christ's famous maxim that love is God. As he rushed past a deep ditch by the side of the dirt road, he suddenly saw a man sprawled in the mud, bleeding profusely from a fresh wound with a sharp knife protruding directly from his chest. The priest hesitated for a second, but his moralistic mind told him that if he stopped to help this stranger, he would be delayed for his service, and his respectable congregation would be left waiting without their beautiful sermon on love. As he turned his face away to run past, the dying man in the ditch opened his eyes, recognized the priest, and shouted with extreme intensity, "Father, stop right there. I know you are running to the church to deliver a beautiful sermon on love. I was on my way to attend your service too, but violent bandits stabbed me and threw me into this mud. Listen to me carefully. If you abandon me here to die and run away to preach about abstract love, I swear that if I survive this day, I will tell the entire village that your sermons are nothing but pure humbug and hypocrisy. Don't you dare ignore me." This threat frightened the priest severely. He did not care about the physical agony of the dying man, but he was deeply worried about public opinion and his own social reputation. If the village discovered his coldness, his prestige would be totally ruined. So, with great reluctance, he stepped down into the muddy ditch and approached the bleeding body. As he bent down to look closer at the contorted face, a sudden shock of recognition struck his soul. The features looked incredibly familiar. He gasped and said, "My son, It appears that I have seen your face somewhere before." The injured man laughed a dark, hollow laugh and said, "Of course you have seen me before, Father. I am Satan, and I have always maintained the oldest, most intimate relations with priests and religious leaders throughout human history. If my face is not familiar to your eyes, then whose face would ever be?" The moment the priest realized he was looking at the literal devil, he drew back in absolute horror and moral disgust. He said, "I will absolutely not save you. It is a great blessing if you die right here in this mud. You are Satan, the source of all evil on earth. We are constantly praying in our churches for your total destruction, and it is wonderful that you are finally perishing. Why on earth should I help you? It is an absolute sin for a holy priest to even touch your garments. I am leaving you to die, and I am going on my way to church." Satan smiled through his pain, looked directly into the priest's eyes, and whispered a capital truth. "Listen to me, you foolish priest. The historical day I die in this ditch, your entire religious business will go completely out of work. You and your entire profession exist exclusively because I am alive and active in the hearts of the people. I am the absolute foundation of your livelihood, the sole reason why the masses build churches, pay tithes, and bow to your authority. If sin is completely eradicated from the earth, who will ever need a priest or a sermon again? You had better hoist me onto your shoulders and save my life immediately, because my survival is the only guarantee of your professional future." The priest stood there in the mud, thought it over for a cold second, and realized the profound logic of Satan's words. Instantly, his moral disgust vanished, and he lifted the bleeding devil onto his shoulders with great care, saying, "My dear Satan, do not worry for a single moment. I am taking you straight to the finest hospital for treatment. Please hold on and get well quickly, for God's sake, because you are absolutely right. If you die, we will all be completely out of work tomorrow. To help this stream of raw, uncompromised insight reach every corner of this modern wilderness and awaken those who are trapped in the webs of professional morality, your presence and alignment are deeply essential. When you click the join button on this channel to become an official member of our global circle, or when you choose to offer a super thanks as a token of your alignment, you are directly supporting the deconstruction of these ancient structures of hypocrisy. And for those meditators who feel ready to bring this crystal clear clarity into their daily lives, our ebooks are always available to guide your solitary daily contemplation. This story reveals the exact mechanism behind the endless queue of priests, gurus, and moral preachers that you see dominating a country like India. Do not fall into the grand social illusion that because your villages are full of saffron-clad swamis and loud pundits, you are a deeply religious nation. The hard, cold truth is that India is currently one of the most immoral, corrupt, and irreligious places on earth. And it is precisely this pervasive moral disease that provides such a golden, profitable opportunity for the preaching profession to thrive. A doctor only makes money when the citizens are constantly falling sick. If everyone embodies perfect, vibrant health, the medical profession is rendered completely redundant. In the exact same manner, the traditional preacher's social status depends entirely on the continuous existence of guilt, sin, and spiritual blindness in the masses. They maintain a loud monopoly on morality precisely by keeping you completely ignorant of the true, scientific laws of your own vital sex energy. A highly respected seeker wrote to me recently, saying that my lectures on sex had completely destroyed the high esteem he once held for me, because no true saint or guru in history has ever discussed such scandalous matters in public. I wish to tell this man that his disillusionment is a source of great relief and joy to me. If you were paying me respect and viewing me as a great Mahatma, it was entirely your own psychological error, because I am absolutely not a Mahatma, I am not a guru, and I have zero desire to ever sit on a holy pedestal. The very desire to be worshipped as a great spiritual leader is nothing but a highly refined, dangerous projection of the subtle ego. I am a simple man, and that is more than good enough for me. Why should anyone want to ride the shoulders of other men, manipulating their guilt to achieve power? I am completely happy and content in whatever ordinary position I find myself. My deep longing is not for the production of a few great men or holy Mahatmas, but for the evolution of a completely great mankind, a greater humanity. The era of bowing to gurus is completely gone. Those traditional authority structures are no longer needed by a mature race. The urgent need of this modern hour is for every single individual to break his chains, look at his vital energy with absolute innocence, and become an authentic human being. When you look at human biology through the clear eyes of meditation, a magnificent new possibility opens before you. The creation of a new man born out of true brahmacharya. Modern human beings are currently produced in a state of absolute irreligion, blindness, and animalistic lust. Look at how children are brought into this world. You move into the physical act of sex, chasing a momentary escape from your worries, and children simply happen to you as an accidental byproduct. an unexpected complication. Modern children are not conscious creations. They are uninvited guests who pop up like the unwanted husks that appear with the corn. And because they are accidental byproducts of your lust, you can only have a superficial social love for them, treating them with formal etiquette while secretly viewing them as a heavy financial and psychological burden. The entire global industry of birth control and modern family planning has developed precisely because man wants to enjoy the physical pleasure of sex while using artificial defense mechanisms to save himself from the accidental disaster of children. This approach is completely topsy-turvy and harmful to the human soul. You are boarding a plane to travel to a higher destination, yet you are trying your absolute best to stay strapped to your seat even after the plane has landed at the airport. When your primary sex energy is completely understood and transformed through meditation, it naturally begins to flow upwards through the new channel of brahmacharya. And when a child is conceived by a couple operating in this state of divine communion, the act of procreation ceases to be a blind, animalistic accident. It becomes a magnificent, deliberate act of true spiritual creation. The new man born out of this divine alchemy will be of a totally different stature from anything we have ever seen in human history. He will possess a spectacular physical longevity that your modern medicine cannot even imagine. His physical health will be absolutely flawless, his body completely free of hereditary illnesses, and his physical form will radiate the majestic grace of a beautiful classical statue. An ethereal, natural fragrance will emanate from his physical presence. Inherent kindness, boundless love, unshakable truth, pristine beauty, and true religion will be his organic character from the very moment of his birth. He will be a literal divinity incarnate walking on this earth. In his world, there will be absolutely no need for empty discussions, loud arguments, or idle chatter about religion, because true religion will be his very breath, his absolute nature. Modern human beings only talk incessantly about God and non-violence, precisely because those qualities are completely absent from their daily lives. You talk about that which you lack, but the superior man born of brahmacharya will simply live life in its total fullness, and the old scriptures will become redundant museum pieces. This beautiful, magnificent possibility is not a wild, utopian fantasy. Such extraordinary men have occasionally stepped into human history as a preview of our collective potential. A beautiful man like Vardhamana walked this earth completely unclad, naked in his absolute innocence, and the spectacular radiance of his presence was so overwhelming that the masses prostrated before him and called his name Mahavir, the great victor. Occasionally, a Gautam Buddha is born, occasionally a Jesus Christ, occasionally a Lao Tzu appears to show us the path. But their births have been extraordinarily rare, because humanity has kept its vital energy trapped in a dark swamp of moral guilt and physical stagnation. The historical day we learn to approach our primary life force with meditative awareness, transforming our raw passion into the pure light of superconsciousness. The golden gate to the divine will be wide open for every single human being on this planet. You have listened to my words during these days with absolute patience, deep love, and a silent reverence that touches my heart. I know that discussing these hidden mechanisms of energy in a public space can cause immense social embarrassment to your conditioned minds. Yet you have sat here in perfect stillness, absorbing this fire of self-knowledge. I am profoundly grateful for your beautiful, peaceful attention. In conclusion, from the very bottom of my heart, I express this intense desire for your life. May the raw passion inside your body become a golden ladder with which to reach the inner temple of love, and may the sex energy within each of you transform into a magnificent vehicle to touch ultimate superconsciousness. And finally, I bow down in absolute silence to the formless Supreme that is beautifully enthroned within the heart of each and every one of you. Please accept my deepest respects.